at ease, the mediator wants to do your work, you still start the same thing, and you get your money, and more cases are going. And then for judges, when you refer the matter to the ADR center, or you refer it to any of the ADR institute or any person, the consent judgment is added to your own work. Do not be say, well, it is consent judgment, so it is not. No, it is added to your work, and then it is counted as what you have spent. So I think it is a win-win for lawyers, a win-win for judges, a win-win for the ADR specialists. So it is an important aspect that we must take advantage of it. In fact, by today, there is a summit that is starting today. The Southeast states, all their judges, they are having a summit, they are starting the summit today. Great mediation to the justice system. They are going to come up with a framework in the law. Now, if this comes out, consider the concept of adjustment. And if you're already trained, like the last conference we had, practice giving photo giving, go for so once you're able to get motivated, you're able to apply. Like my CEO always say that you're already preparing your retirement. You won't be among those that will say, I retire. You say, I retire, but I'm very busy. And that's what we want. So I want to welcome you to Shati'S training. Like I said, you're in the right place. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself because I thought you had done that. Should I still I should introduce myself. Okay. Well, my name is Oskana. I'm the chairman of Shati'S. I'm the trainer of the Institute of Data and Individuals. I'm also the chairperson of the Institute of Data and Individuals. I am a student trained move on to business association. I've also done what we call vendor mediation in Canada. So we're moving activity towards restorative justice. And population needs victim mediation to be able to take care of the people, especially in common offenses. Really expensive. And I think we'll be able to do that. Very happy that the we have the university. I want to thank the minister, especially the city, for appointing an head to the department because we need somebody that knows really and who has passion. So, this is where I'm aware of my profession anyway, that's my profession. So you can see dimensional resources that we use that. Thank you very much and welcome to the stream.
With that, I would say thank you very much to the chairman of the governing body of Settlement House ADR Training Institute for availing us her esteemed presence despite busy schedules. Thank you very much. Thank you very much also for to the director of the Colonel Step to the House. She had to be here because of her passion for mediation and ADR, and because of your esteemed presence. When she knows that the caliber of people that are going to be here, she's actually supposed to be having some mediation session, and she had to come here so that she can give us an introduction and set the ball rolling. Thank you very much. So if you have questions, you can ask. Maybe she will answer some of them, and then our chairman is here. I am also here to attend to some of the questions before we go quickly to the next session. Thank you. So is there any question, any clarification? Please feel free. This is a certification program. So this is just an introduction so that you can have a general overview of what media is before we begin to go into specifics, right? So if you have any question, please feel free to ask. Our online participants, please can you confirm if you can hear us? The online participants, do you have any question? While they respond, please can you confirm if you have any question? Okay, if you don't have, I have a question for you. We've discussed about some ADR spectrums. So can we, let's have maybe another one. Please, can you mention some of the ADR spectrums? If you want to resolve your dispute through ADR, what are the options available for you? Who can help us? Yes, somebody can just indicate, let's know. Yes, please. Mediation, conciliation. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, you did not tell us your name. Maybe you can introduce yourself. My name is this. This is what I do, and then. Okay. So you said you can resolve through mediation. Okay. 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 Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Yes. What is made up? Will somebody want to give trial? Or I should just point. If I have that singular one, I will point at it. So we were told that if a teacher teaches and there are no questions, it's either the students over understood or they did not understand. So, okay. Yeah, okay.
It's positive.
Okay. That would be good. Yes, my chair. Yes, okay.
Usually has the what? Is it the net apps or what? Mediation. Okay.
Yes, it's a hybrid. Instead of just mediation and arbitration, you now have mediation, arbitration, dash arbitration, meaning you just pick med, MED, dash app, ARP. You just pick the first syllable from that and then join it together and then you are combining it. So, do you wish to tell us what that is? Your own understanding.
I came late. I never understood what I just can give it in part from the words. Because what I know about the mediation was a situation whereby a mediator can be like an umpire between the parties and try to reconcile them amicably. While the arbitration, it was mediation that was with the enforcement of some little person. That's what I can say so far. I'm subject to correction.
Okay. My chair wanted to say something. Okay.
an amicable resolution of it. In school is another law for that matter. In school, you don't impose your opinion. You not say, now you not take the real that is when you sit as a but when you mediate, you say, okay, this woman owes you, this woman, how much do you owe me? She says, I'm going to pay 50,000 naira. But I can only pay 50 as a mediator. Okay, since you can only pay 50, do you agree to accept this? And he says, no, I'll. Since times are hard, let her pay 75. And she says, I cannot. The most I can do. What are you doing? It's not you that is bringing the suggestion. The parties themselves that are saying this is what I can do. And eventually they get to 60 and she says, I cannot take the 60. I have sold my shares. I've sold everything to pay this money. Please, just accept this 60. And the other person is still saying, no, she has to pay my 75. And then at the end of the day, he says, okay, since she has said that I cannot go beyond, I will accept this. Now, for arbitration, is almost the same thing, except that you pick the panel, you pick arbitrators, people that will arbitrate over the matter. You submit documents if they have documents. They call witnesses if they have witnesses. It's almost akin to litigation. It's almost akin to litigation, but it is not litigation. They submit documents, and then the panel looks into this thing and say, okay, this person agreed to supply 50 bags of ginger at the end of the family session. Now that it's time to harvest, he said buyers are seeking all the ginger. And you can only give 10 bags of ginger. So what do we do? We now write on the board and say, okay, from what we have seen, from what we have gathered, from the documents, from the witnesses, from everything, the law governing arbitration, this is what we are writing as a word. That you give him the 10 bags of ginger and pay him the remaining money in installments of 10,000 naira monthly. That is your award. It is that award that will be taken to the court and the court will enforce. In mediation, there is no award. It is the parties that agree. Okay, I have agreed that my child will stay with her during holiday. Then when school is in session, the child lives with me. I will be giving 20,000 naira for maintenance. And the woman says, okay, the child can stay with me during school session. While holidays, then the maintenance, I cannot collect 20,000 things are hard. Make it 40. And he says, the most I can do is 30. It is the fact we did not impose, we did not suggest. Now, conciliation, you have the right to suggest the bill, even though you do it in form of a question. Madam, what is really important to you? Do you think it will help if you allow the children to stay within the goal of the holiday instead of what to do? You know, they need the help of them, they need of their father, of their father and their life. You really talk to if you allow them to spend the whole of the day. And to say, he's not a good man. He drinks, he smokes, he goes out and leave my children. And you say, okay, my sister stays with me. You take care of the children. You're only helping them. You have made a suggestion, even though it's not really a direct suggestion. Or you have made a suggestion that has helped you to think outside the box. So MEDHAP is a combination of mediation and arbitration, where you start with mediation. When it does not work, then the next thing you need to do is get an arbitrator. This matter has to be appoint an arbitrator, particularly commercial. Make an award. The other one is the app. When you start with arbitration, and then halfway you say, no, I don't think like a contract or construction or a contract. It's an arbitration, and you start with arbitration. then halfway you realize that the major contractor is actually a program member. You only sold out the contract. You only gave out the contract. And then I said, okay, let's go back to Nigeria. It has some matter. Don't have to be here. No, I'm not going to out. And at the end of the day,
I really appreciate how you everything you just find all what you have already presented.
Thank you very much, Director. The director is the process very simple. There are some things that we are in where the party is only coming like talk about the never really, but everything they receive the consultation of person find out what it is. Now, we need to I know we're going to do it's one of the things. But before this, she has told us what content with a very respectful. Please don't just wait. Just don't wait. Just wait. They have no way of forcing the clients to leave. So they will bring in issues. I start by making the lawyers understand. I tell them on the table of justice, as I'm sitting on this side, I will not see what you're doing. But because we are on the same table, we are eating on the same table of justice, all we want. So the first thing you find out when you have an agenda, find out if it's actually there for settling. Two, we do conferences. That's when you realize that issues are getting out of hand. The parents, the general, and do conferences with each of the parties and ask the parties. I see that you're very happy about that. Can you tell me why? Is it possible for you to share why? If you open up, you will find out the weakness of the language. If you just open up, you really want us to identify. But if you really cannot have the meaning, if you really don't want to be special, if you really don't want to be part of the communication, remember you can't stop. So you can't have anything. You are not there. You can actually support. You can adjourn and say, okay, I see that things are getting very close. I'm going to take another day. You can also go on break. Let's take a very let's go to church. Please take 5 minutes, get some rest. Think about what we have discussed so that when we come back, you can tell me where we're going wrong or how we're going. When you reach a stalemate, break, you adjust. You can't really control. Once you go on to find out where the problem is actually. You are neighbors in the same house and you became friends. And I don't know what went on. Obviously, the thing to threaten her that please have to pay her children, things to be over her children, bury her children. We went to the court before and the king, the person that was threatened said, no, no, no. Everything was no, no. It was very good. It was very aggressive. It was quite aggressive. All efforts to get her to calm down. We took a break. And then we went into the house. The husband was saying, I don't come. You do what I said. So you went and you did that yourself.
Thank you very much. I believe that we have understood the session, right? So, can somebody mention maybe for us or just by point that you tell us advantages? Yeah? Why do you think mediation is preferable? You know, among all the options, we are just concentrating on which one? Mediation. You have various steps, but for now, we want skill and proficient in web. Are we together? So, I know the director has helped us understand why mediation is preferable. So, who can? Let us start around. They'll just be mentioning, right? Yes, sir. Don't pass it. I can tell us your name, sir. Confidential. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't actually hear what you said. I didn't get it. It encourages collaboration and what? Brings solutions to problems. Yes.
Mediation also in another way, but it's great preparation and also audience speed. The parties
Thank you. Yes.
then the experts. Mediation is important between one another. Solve
Thank you. Thank you very much.
My name is Mr. Adamu Abdullahi, a Sharia Court Judge of Soa. What I understand is that some of the advantages of mediation is that it set times of the parties and the body that oversee the mediation system. Another advantage is that it maintains the relationship between the parties. Normally, litigation affects the relationship with the parties because when the judge has a decision, so nobody can say no, can only appeal against the decision of the judge. But a mediation, before even passing the decision, the parties can say, yes, I agree with the decision, or I do not agree. So before passing the decision for the litigation, there is no advice. The judge cannot advise either party about the outcomes of the litigation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes.
My name is Dios Magdato, private legal practitioner. I see mediation as peace building mechanism and something that helps parties. It brings understanding. It's a way of building understanding between parties and restoring, relationship, as many have rightly said. So, and it's a short term. I see it as a short term way of reconciling parties than the normal way of living. So it's very useful to society in general. So it helps, but it even helps the society to have confidence that there's hope for the situation of theirs. And the normal situation at this time needs yield. A very short while, parties is very
My name is Rita Samuel Opa. Actually, mediation is voluntary and non-binding unless there is an agreement that when
This holiday season, there are many reasons to bring it home. It's entertainment.
My name is Muhammad. It also provides a conducive atmosphere environment for the mediators. It also provides a conducive atmosphere environment for the mediators, and it also provides options for the mediators.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
My name is Dr. Pastor mediation, as I said, encourages peaceful coexistence among parties. And then the beautiful aspect of mediation and that other is voluntary.
I think everybody has said thank you very much. The director, I believe that you can see participants properly digest and understand, just like your honor would say, be over understood the explanation. And my fear said the director made the thing look so thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, in doing that, the mediator has some roles to play. If somebody wants to identify one or two of the roles of a mediator, okay, let me just ask you this way. Assuming in a mediation, we decided to, after you hear the side of the parties and you see, "Hey, madam, why not just give him so amount of money, and then the situation will be solved." Will that be okay in the mediation session? I wouldn't want to tell us why it is not okay.
Because sometimes the role of the mediator is just to assist. We are trying to assist you. I think you can impose this kind of system. Allow them to agree. I think the wisdom there is that if you impose, it will become counterproductive. Because now you see initially one, I didn't have the intention of saying that the mediator who imposes, particularly because implement of my time. What was it? Yeah, it was not following the and then they will be of counter intended settlement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Who wants to add? Thank you.
It is the process that most you first of all keep your biases aside, understand the problem, and always tell what you have in mind. You have to create an atmosphere whereby the person will be able to put forth solving their problems by themselves, for themselves, and for all. So, in the first place, you always tell what you have in mind. Understand the problem. If the parties will be help themselves.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Let us have a email, right? Say something. Your worship, you're welcome. We are happy to have you here. Thank you. You really want to say something?
One another. Also, there's a demonstration of empathy as what has
Okay. Is there any other person that wants to respond? I think those are the basic aspects of the things we have covered. Any other contribution on that? The role of the mediator to facilitate, not impose, right? Uh-huh. But you see, your training as you are going to learn, you have something in mind because we are going to be looking at principles of mediation actually. You see that you may have something in mind, you may feel like this situation, why did this person, but you're not supposed to express it. You're supposed to help the parties, help them to the point where whatever you feel is the right thing to do, they should be able to say it by themselves or decide it by themselves. That's the skills you are learning. Are we together? So you facilitate and discuss until they are able to reach a good resolution. Right? So who else? Okay. So I want to assume that we perfectly. So with that, thank you very much. We will go to the next session, but before then, can we all stand up and then just take your body and stretch yourself so that you know you will be well prepared for the next session. Mr. Samuel.
Morning, sir. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Mr. Samuel,
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Okay, so we're about to start the next session. Okay, so
I can hear you, sir. Can you hear me?
Let us commence the next session. Our speaker is here. Please, can you speak and confirm if we can hear you?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Mr. Nathan, good morning. Can you hear me?
All right, okay.
Am I audible?
Just a minute, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's be seated.
If you're set, I'm set.
Okay. May I have the single honor of introducing to us our next speaker? Mr. Samuel, if you don't mind, you can put on, just share your profile with us so that the participants can view that. Mr. Samuel is, I can say, I know I'm passionate about India, but I've met someone who seems to be more passionate than I am. Mr. Samuel Robosa Osare, that's how it's called. He's from Edo State. He works in the Edo State Multiple Office you can see that you actually equip with people with practice, skills, and tips. Mr. Samuel is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. He is a faculty member of Settlement House Area Training Institute. He is a member of the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. He is also part of the faculty members of Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. He is an accredited associate of the Standing Conference of Mediation Advocates, United Kingdom. He is a certified human resource consultant. He is a peace ambassador, and he belongs to a lot of professional bodies, especially area related to peace and conflict related. He's actually a peace and conflict resolution expert. And if I keep mentioning his profile, or I keep explaining and sharing, I don't think we're going to finish it anytime soon. But it is our pleasure to welcome to you, Mr. Samuel Osaren and Robosa, to take another aspect, the legal framework, and then the religious framework. Now you see there is a legal fighting to media. Some of us, thank God, a lot of us here are customary court judges of judiciary members, administer justice. We have legal frameworks for the operation of ADR, and we also have religious frameworks. We thank God we have participants from the Sharia courts, and we also have participants from the magistrate courts, and we have participants from lawyer. There are lawyers, the lawyer community, and then we have participants from the customary courts. So we have religious basis for ADR. So with that, let me just hand over to Mr. Samuel. Let him run us through this very important session. I think when he's done, he may take another aspect, but then for now, please, you're all welcome. Mr. Samuel, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nathan, for this privilege and opportunity. Good morning to you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone joining virtually, and to all our physical participants in Kaduna. Good morning. I'm delighted to be here today. It is an awesome privilege, and I must thank my big brother, Mr. Nathan, the CEO of Shati'S, for this privilege. Please, I want somebody to confirm if you can hear me clearly, please. Am I audible enough?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. My lords, your worships, and everyone seated this morning, is an honor to be here. I must count it a great privilege. Apologies that I'm joining in few minutes behind schedule. We had to juggle within so many assignments. Now, quickly this morning, my task is to simply take us through a discussion with the team, legal framework and the religious framework for ADR spectrum. I want to appreciate Mr. Nathan for that beautiful introduction he gave to this topic. So without much ado, we'll begin with the first part of this segment. I want to look at the legal framework for ADR. Do we have any legal structure that gives validity and propound ADR in Nigeria. We want to quickly look at them. But before we do that, please, I want us, if you can see my screen, I want to crave your indulgence. Can we all echo what we are seeing together? Want to go, please? We have discouraged litigation, persuade your neighbor to compromise whenever you can. This statement is accredited to Abraham Lincoln. Now, we're going to look at the legal framework, look at the religious framework, and we have on the ADR spectrum. I'm glad that I had us mentioning some of the mechanisms that make up the ADR spectrum. That is awesome. Now, as long as it remains, disputes among individuals, among organizations, among states, among governments are inevitable. As it were, dispute has become a part of our daily living. But we have discovered that, as it were, dispute is not bad, but the way we handle dispute, our response to dispute, is what will determine its impact in our lives and our society. So dispute is not what we should naturally run away from. But when we are engaged with dispute, the question is, which method do we adopt in resolving them? Our approach to disputes, we either de-escalate it or escalate it. It is gratifying to know that in Nigeria and in the world at large, there are different legal frameworks on which ADR stands. We have the Singapore Convention, we have the New York Convention, we have local and international laws. There are rules of courts across Nigeria that gives credence to ADR. Amongst them include the Nigerian Cooperative Society Act. We also have the Evidence Act. We have the Industrial Inspectorate Act. We have Mineral and Mining Act. We have the National Health Insurance Scheme Act. We also have the Nigerian Telecommunications Commissions Act. And the latest in it, the big one, we have the Arbitration and Mediation Act 2023. These and many more are legal frameworks on which ADR thrives in our society. The list is not limited to what we have successfully mentioned here. They are countless. I would love to continue by stating that there's no law in Nigeria that prohibits mediation. There's no law in Nigeria that prohibits ADR. We have some rules of courts that permit judges. I'm glad we have judges in our midst this morning. We have rules of court that permit judges to encourage parties to resort to ADR. As it were, within the system of the multi-door court, there are three basic ways that matters can be handled at the multi-door court based on the practice directions of states. We have what we call walk-ins, where individuals with their dispute can walk into the multi-door court and make claims on the dispute they have with someone else. Matters that have been referred to courts can from the court be referred back for the purpose of ADR. So we have laws that gives validity and promote the practice of ADR. In some states where the facility exists, we have court-connected mediated agreements or settlement agreements that are registered and enforced as the court of law. What do we mean by this? Individuals can decide to come together under the aid of an ADR practitioner and agree on terms of settlement. These terms of settlement can be presented at the court and it will be endorsed as a settlement agreement. So the practice of ADR, as it were, generally thrives within the Nigerian context. It is not an aberration within the legal system. ADR is part and parcel of the legal system. We have the Nigerian Investment and Promotion Commission Act. We have the Petroleum Act. We have the Public Enterprises Act that talks about the privatization and commercialization. We have the Legal Practitioners Act. We have the Arbitration and Conciliation Act, which has been repealed and is now being taken over by the Arbitration and Mediation Act. There's the Trade Dispute Act. There's the Matrimonial Causes Act. All these gives credence to ADR within Nigeria. Now, please permit me to state this. Section 19D of the 99th Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended, which I know we are privy to, provides for the settlement of disputes either by arbitration, mediation, conciliation, negotiation, or adjudication. There's provision for ADR within the structure of the Nigerian Constitution. Order 19 of the Federal Courts Civil Procedure Rules of Nigeria provides for supportive court intervention in arbitral proceedings. The High Court Civil Procedure Rules of various states also provides for reference of cases to ADR. We can attest to the fact that we have several multi-door court houses in Nigeria. If I'm not mistaken, I think in Ogun State, we have about 3 multi-door court houses right there in Ogun State. The practice of ADR has snowballed over the years. Order 19 of the High Court of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Order 28 of the Lagos State Civil Procedure Rules, Order 26 of the Edo State Civil Procedure Rules, all provides a framework within which ADR can thrive in Nigeria. We are looking at the legal framework within the legal construct in Nigeria. There's room for ADR. Rule 15, 3D of the Rules of Professional Conduct for Legal Practitioners mandate lawyers to attempt an alternative dispute resolution before bringing any matter before the court for hearing. This supposes that whatever disputes that comes to the knowledge of a legal practitioner, according to Rule 15.3D of their professional conduct, they are supposed to explore the option of ADR before resorting to litigation. With all of these, you will agree with me that there is sufficient structure for ADR within the Nigerian legal framework. I know this training is a hybrid. We have virtual participants and physical participants, and it is domiciled in Kaduna. So let us spend some time looking at the legal framework for ADR in Kaduna. The Kaduna State Alternative Dispute Resolution, Adoption and Application Law 2013 provides room for ADR. We also have the High Court Civil Procedure Rules, Kaduna State. We have the Customary Court of Appeal Rules, Kaduna State. We have the Sharia Court of Appeal Rules, Kaduna State. There's the law establishing customary courts, district courts, and Sharia courts in Kaduna State. Section 23 of the laws establishing customary courts, 2001. We also have the Customary Court of Appeal Civil Procedure Rules, 2013, as amended. There is sufficient provision for ADR within the Nigerian legal framework, even in Kaduna Metropolis, where we have physical participants. Section 23 of the law establishing customary courts, 2001, provides that in civil matters, courts may promote reconciliation among parties thereto and encourage and facilitate amicable settlement thereof. Section 56(2) of the Sharia Court Civil Procedure Rules 2001 of Kaduna State provides for the use of ADR in settling disputes as well as the SUHU. Section 144(3) of the Child Welfare Protection Law of Kaduna State 2018 provides for the application of mediation and conciliation in cases involving children and their parents. Please confirm. I hope we are still together. You can hear me clearly. Please confirm if you can hear me clearly. Hello, are we still together? Mr. Natchang, are we still together?
We can hear you.
Thank you so much, sir. I just needed to be sure. So Section 6 of the Kaduna State Landlord and Tenant Law 2018 provides for the use of alternative dispute resolution in settling tenancy disputes. Within this level of the Supreme Court, we have Owosheni versus Faloye. We have Aribisola versus Okunyemi. All these are Supreme Court judgments. And it was clearly stated, where a state will prescribe a legal line of action for the determination of an action, be it an administrative matter, chieftaincy matter, or a matter for taxation. The aggrieved parties must exhaust all the remedies in the law before going to court. Now, at the appellate level, we have seen, at state level, we have seen, at our various level, we have seen that there are laws within the Nigerian legal system that gives provision for ADR. Permit me to take a few minutes to just harp on the Arbitration and Mediation Act. It was actually signed into law on the 26th of May, 2003, and it repeals, it takes over from the Arbitration and Conciliation Act of 1988. Now, I want to believe maybe in no distant time, Shati'S will put together a training or one of our settlement acts where we have enough time to look at the AMA 2023 and dissect it bit by bit. The AMA is divided majorly into two parts. Part 1 talks about arbitration, while part 2 talks about mediation. All right. Cool. Now, for the past few minutes, we've been able to look at some laws, the legal framework. A framework is like a structure that gives support to something else. A framework is like a base or a foundation upon which something else can thrive. In biology, we are told that the human skeleton is the framework for the human body. So we've been able to look at different laws upon which ADR thrives in Nigeria. We are concluding this part of this presentation with confidence that we are now so sure, very, very sure, that ADR is not an alien to the Nigerian legal system. ADR is not an enemy of the Nigerian legal system, but within the frameworks of our laws, we have provisions to entertain and promote alternative dispute resolution. Now, permit me to quickly go into the next part of this presentation, but let me take this from our very own Kofi Annan. He said, we may have different religions, we may have different languages, we may have different color of skin, but the most important thing we should take note of is that we all belong to one human race. If we have this at the back of our mind, it simply means we will discover that our differences should not become an opportunity for diversity. Our differences should not become an opportunity for enmity, but we can take advantage of our differences to achieve a common goal. This brings us to the religious framework for ADR. I would have loved to get feedback from the physical participants, but I don't know if it is possible. I want to assume that, Mr. Natran, is there any way they can speak for me to hear, or I'll just go ahead and talk? I wanted to do a class participation. Okay. Is it possible to get feedback from the class, or I should just go ahead? Okay, let me just go ahead then. We've dwelt on the thank you so much, sir.
Yes.
We've dwelt on the legal framework. Now, within the religion plays a very crucial role in our country. Religion is dynamic. Please permit me to say that almost every human believes in one form of religion or the other. Irrespective of our different religious affiliations, there are some issues that we disagree on, but there are still some issues that we agree on. There are still some issues that we have common ground, and those are some of the issues we'll be exploring this morning. Within the religious angle, do you think there's provision for ADR? Religious framework for alternative dispute resolution often aim to provide a basis for resolving conflicts and disputes in ways that align with the teachings, values, and principles of a particular religion. This framework seeks to promote harmony, reconciliation, and justice while taking into consideration the religious beliefs and norms of the parties involved. I want to believe that within a particular religion, there's structure in place for them to coexist. There's structure in place for them to take advantage of their differences and see how they can make faces all in the ways of making their system progress. Now, it is a hybrid training. I don't know if we can take comments. I would have loved to ask. I'm sure within among the participants, we may have some Christians, we have some Muslims, we may have people from different religious sects. And the most beautiful thing is that within our different religion, we appreciate and understand how it works. Even if people outside our religion may have a different perspective of our religion, but within the scope of our religious affiliation, we appreciate what we have. We appreciate our belief. Some persons were actually born into their religion, while others, while they were growing up, had to migrate from one religion to another religion. But whatever device we have from the perspective of religion, it is gratifying to note that within the religious framework, there's provision for peaceful coexistence. There's provision for amicable resolution of disputes. We'll just quickly take on few of them. We have the Islamic ADR. In Islamic tradition, I'm made to understand that ADR is guided by the principles of Saul, which talks about conciliation and arbitration. Saul talks about conciliation, and Tahim talks about arbitration. Saul encourages parties to reach a compromise and settle disputes amicably, while Tahim involves the appointment of neutral arbitrators to make binding decisions based on Islamic law. Remember, in an opening statement, we said that disputes are inevitable. Conflicts are inevitable. But conflict itself is not as bad as we think it is. When there's a conflict, it is normal. But what should be taken into consideration is our reaction to the conflict. What do we do based on the conflict? How do we react? How do we handle the conflict? It is our reaction that will finally determine what will become of the dispute. Because whatever we do, we either escalate the conflict or de-escalate the conflict. So it is gratifying to know that within the Islamic tradition, there are provisions and structures for ADR. The bottom line of these processes is based on fairness, equity, and the resolution of conflicts without resorting to formal litigation. Because the system wants a situation whereby if there's a conflict, let us set up a mechanism to resolve it ourselves. If it goes outside the confines of our religious belief to the Western world, to the social world, they may not have the background of the conflict. And so we are in a better position to handle it. With due respect to all Muslim faithfuls, Quran chapter 49 verse 9 states, the believers are a single brotherhood. So make peace and conciliation between two contending brothers and fear Allah that ye may receive mercy. It continues to state, if two parties among the believers fall into a quarrel, make it peace between with justice and fairness, for Allah loves those who are fair and just. Permit me to add that the Sunnah of the Holy Prophet has it that the Prophet mediated a matter where he asked a creditor to accept half of the payment if the debtor will pay him in full without installment. So we are looking at the Quran, and a summary of what you are seeing on your screen goes to validate that Islam is not against ADR. Now, within the Jewish tradition, there's a mechanism, a set called the Bet Din. The Bet Din is a rabbinical court that offers mediation and arbitration services for resolving disputes among Jewish individuals and organizations. We all know that among the leaders in the Jewish sects are those they call rabbi. They are masters, they are teachers, they are doctors of law. So there's a structure, there's a system set up known as the Bet Din. Within this structure, what happens? Rabbis take it upon themselves to mediate and arbitrate issues that affect their members. Decisions are usually based on the Jewish law, known as the halakha, and are binding within the community. The process focuses on upholding Jewish values and ethics while seeking to promote reconciliation. Now, within the Christian faith, some Christian organizations offer ADR services that draw on biblical principles of peacemaking, forgiveness, and reconciliation. This framework encourages parties to resolve conflict through dialogue, active listening, and forgiveness with the goal of preserving relationships and promoting healing. The book that governs the Christian faith is known as the Bible. And in Matthew chapter 5, verse 9, it is said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." Romans 12:18. Do your part to live in peace with everyone as much as possible. Proverbs 25:8. Do not be in a hurry to go to court. You might go down before your neighbors in shame. Matthew 5:25. Come to terms quickly with your enemy before it's too late. You are dragged into court, handed over to an offender, and thrown into jail. 1 Corinthians 13:4. We are told that of all the laws, that love is principal and crucial. Now, all these validates that ADR has a space within the Christian fold. Now, there's the religious sect known as the Buddhists. Although it is not formalized, Buddhist principles of metta talks about loving kindness and compassion can influence dispute resolution processes. These principles emphasize understanding, empathy, and not harming, which can guide parties towards non-adversarial resolutions. This is what transpires within the Buddhist community. Now, quickly permit me to look at the Hindu. ADR in Hindu is known as the Dharma. Now, Hindus emphasizes on righteousness, and according to their belief, righteousness thrives on harmony, and harmony is in consonance with ADR. So the Hindus believe and encourages ADR. Mediation and negotiation techniques rooted in Hindu values of non-violence, truth, self-control may be used to address conflicts. Please, let me confirm, if you are not on the floor, please, can you mute your mic, please? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I do hope we are still together. Now, indigenous ADR, we have the traditional practices. Now, in various indigenous cultures, traditional dispute resolution practices are deeply intertwined with spiritual beliefs and customs. Even when they need to consult the gods, you discover that there's an intermediary. Most often than not, you will hear them, the gods are angry with you because you've done X, Y, Z. Okay, let us do something to hear what the gods has to say so that we can properly guide you on what to do in order to ameliorate the wrath of the gods or to see how we can turn back the hand of the clock. What are we doing? These are different means to see how issues that generate crises can be ameliorated. So you see, the traditionalist is like an intermediary. You can see the diagram to your left. There's someone by the right, someone by the left, there's someone at the middle. Becomes an intermediary, either the priest or the whatsoever they are called, becomes an intermediary between the gods and those that are alive. Even among parties, some persons take their disputes to them to see how they can be resolved. And most often than not, when resolving it, even traditional councils, we all know that modern day ADR evolved from the traditional practices of our forefathers. Even in some communities, there was a matter that was brought to our office, and we were told that the community where the disputants hail from, the community, they have their traditional arbitral courts. They've sat on the matter and they have passed a traditional award on that matter. So at the traditional level, we have ADR. In some cultures, in some communities, people with dispute prefer to go to their traditional rulers than even coming for litigation or any other form of ADR. So there's the need to up the skills of those at the traditional level so that they'll be fully equipped to dispense fairness and equity among disputants. It is important to note that these religious ADR framework can vary within different religious and traditional structures. Their interpretation may differ. The application may differ. Those that carry out this activity may differ. But the most important thing is that they are all targeted at resolving disputes. They are all targeted in de-escalating disputes. They are all targeted to serve as a gauge to ensure there's balance, there's equity, there's harmony within the community. I want to believe all the jobs to be done here has already been taken care of, because I remember hearing Mr. Nachang asking some of the participants to name some of the mechanisms that makes up the ADR spectrum, and we did a good job. Yeah. The world of ADR, we must understand, is a never-ending world. It's an ever-evolving world. The fact that some things are practiced today doesn't mean that it is limited to all we have today. Of the opinion, in the next future, in the nearest future, in the next few years, we'll begin to evolve and invent different means to add to the already existing one. If possible, fade out some of the mechanisms that are already existing in order for ADR to keep with the trend. So the world of ADR is wide, is ever evolving. You cannot limit it to a scope. There are so many mind-blowing opportunities that we can take advantage of in order to resolve disputes. Permit me at this juncture to explore different meanings people attribute to ADR. The popular meaning is alternative dispute resolution. Some persons will tell you that ADR means African dispute resolution. Some persons will tell you ADR talks about affordable dispute resolution, but I like to call it appropriate dispute resolution, because there's no limit to the types of dispute resolution processes that an ADR practitioner can explore. It is gratifying to note that in handling one matter, in handling one dispute, you may end up using more than one mechanism. They are all intertwined for the purpose of de-escalating conflict. But most importantly, we should understand, no matter the mechanism we take advantage of, reaching a resolution and the content of the process must conform to set standards. It must conform to set standards. I will explain soon what I mean by referring to ADR as appropriate dispute resolution. In ADR, the key is that the parties and the assisting ADR professional must be on the same page and have common understanding. Now, all the processes under ADR have the following effects. Dispute resolution processes ranges from informal discussion to formal adjudication. What do we mean? There are informal ways of resolving disputes. There are also formal ways of resolving disputes. The concept behind the development of ADR is based on the fact that there may be some limitations to the traditional model. And so we have an advanced strategy in resolving disputes. Disputes are evolving every day, and so the approaches to it is also evolving. Parties must understand, disputants must understand that as far as ADR is concerned, their aim is to focus on the issue and prepare for resolution. When parties come for ADR, the purpose of them submitting to ADR is principally based on resolving the issues, not escalating the issues. When we come to ADR, we are not coming to ADR because we want to convince the other person. but we are coming with an open mind with the purpose of resolution. And in most cases, we have discovered that, hello, please, if Honorable Kadi, please, if you don't mind, can you mute? Thank you so much. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for joining in. Okay. We've discovered in most cases that when persons come for ADR, that may be the first time they are sitting together as far as dispute resolution is concerned. We've heard of cases when a party comes, the other party will tell you, I don't want to set my eyes on him. I don't want to set my eyes on her. Tell me what you want to say and talk to her. We can't sit together. There was a matter I resolved last month. The matter has been on for 2 years. And the parties involved, there are about 20 persons involved in the conflict. You know, you have two-party conflict, you have three-party conflict, you have multi-party conflict. 20 persons involved in this matter for over 2 years. I could not bring them to the table for either for pre-session or no, it wasn't possible because of the level of tension that had mounted up for over 2 years. I started with caucusing from the very beginning to the end. At the point where they had now come to a common understanding, I was not able to bring them together. And we are glad that that issue was finally resolved and all the parties went back to court and withdrew their cases from court. What are we saying? We must help parties understand the nitty-gritty of ADR. But can I say this? ADR is not all about alternatives to litigation. It is more about the appropriateness of the dispute resolution process. Because most times, lawyers, you will tell you, I don't like ADR because it is alarming drop in revenue. That is also some lawyers define ADR. They'll tell you ADR means alarming drop in revenue. But ADR is not an alternative. No. When we look at ADR, we are asking ourselves, what kind of disputes do we have before us? ABC. Within the ADR spectrum, which mechanism can we use in resolving these disputes? There are issues, there are conflicts that is best suited for litigation. Then you choose litigation as the appropriate mechanism. There are disputes that is best suitable for mediation. You go for mediation. There are issues that is best suitable for arbitration. You go for arbitration. That is why Shati'S has put this training together. And I want to encourage you, other trainings will come after this. Please make yourself available, because an ADR practitioner should be able to understand the dynamics of all the mechanisms that makes up ADR spectrum, because there may be need for you to navigate from one mechanism to another mechanism while trying to resolve a dispute. The ADR spectrum is like a toolbox. When you have a toolbox, you cannot find only one tool in the box. The box is usually made up of several tools of different sizes, if possible, of different color, for different purposes. We have the hammer, we have the plier, we have the screwdriver, we have the pinchers, we have different tools here for different tasks. That is exactly how ADR spectrum is. Now, when you are faced with a dispute as an ADR practitioner, the first question that comes to mind, what tools do I have at my disposal? What skill do I have at my disposal? What can I take advantage of in resolving these disputes? So the ADR spectrum, all the mechanisms that we have mentioned before, are not the mechanisms we are going to mention again: arbitration, adjudication, expert determination, ombudsman, neutral fact finder, early neutral evaluation. We have MedApp. MedApp talks about having a combination of mediation and arbitration in resolving a dispute. You begin from mediation and you cascade to arbitration. The other way, you can begin from arbitration and move up to mediation. You have mediation as a standalone spectrum. We have conciliation. We have negotiation. We also have litigation. All these are spectrums. All these are mechanisms within the ADR spectrum. There's every possibility that parties go to court because of the dispute they have. The judge, in his wisdom, may decide to refer the parties to submit to an ADR process. When parties go for ADR of all the disputes they have, they may not be able to resolve all. They may be able to resolve some, while others are still left hanging. The ones that they'll be able to resolve will be concluded and the documentation will be done to reflect their position as regards those issues that have been concluded. While the other issues that they were unable to conclude can be referred back to litigation for his lordship to take a stand on the matter. So you see, they connect. None works in isolation. So we should not begin to ask. I often hear debate, this is better than this, this is better than this. They are all tools within the spectrum of ADR. So there's the need for us to understand them one after the other. This is basically a mediation training and certification course. So that may limit our scope to what we throw light into in this training. I do believe in the nearest future that Shati'S will also put up other trainings to help us highlight these other areas. But be that as it may, the slide will be made available where we have short footnotes on each of these structures. Now, let me quickly just say this, that ADR can be practiced under institutionalized or ad hoc settings. What means institutionalized? Shati is an institute. Shati is being licensed to undertake mediation and ADR activities in order to bring both parties to a common understanding. Parties that have issues, have disputes, can meet an ADR practitioner and seek for his or her services the same way parties can walk up to a lawyer, parties can walk up to a certified ADR practitioner and seek for his or her services in helping them manage the disputes at hand. ADR mechanisms include conciliation, negotiation, mediation, arbitration, as we have earlier talked about. Permit me to say this, that ADR has gone green. Appropriate dispute resolution has gone green. We now have what we call the online dispute resolution, whereby distance is no longer a barrier in settling issues. Parties can be in different geographical locations and they are taking advantages of the services of an ADR practitioner in resolving their disputes. There are many cases we may have to mediate between parties using social media, using Zoom, using WhatsApp video call, using emails. They are different. So it's not just a traditional thing. It is evolving. It will keep evolving and it will keep improving. And that is why we are grateful that my lords, your worships, and everyone that has made themselves available for this training. We are so glad that you are coming on board, because you are coming on board to add value to the system, and your impact within the ADR world will be felt. We are so grateful and we are glad to have you. I think at this juncture, you deserve a round of applause. You can just give yourself a round of applause. Welcome to become an added advantage to the ADR world. And please, let me emphasize this. I always use this. Training and retraining is the soul of the profession. Training and retraining is the soul of the practice. Please, the fact that we are undergoing this training doesn't mean this is the end of it. There must be continuous training. There must be continuity. There must be retraining. I've had cause to do one training over and over again, because the more we are at the top of our game, the better. Don't forget, we talked about ADR spectrum. They are simply tools in our toolbox. We must understand them. Noble lords, your excellencies, highly esteemed virtual and physical participants. Within the past hour, we've been looking at legal framework and the religious framework for ADR. Remember, we said that within the legal world in Nigeria, there are laws that promote ADR. We've also looked within the different religious groups, at different religious affiliations. We also have laws that promote and validate ADR, that prevents it from snowballing, that prevents it from metamorphosing from a disagreement into a crisis stage. And we've been able to highlight the different mechanisms that makes up the ADR spectrum. I want to thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for listening. I do believe that we may have some questions that fall within the confines of what we just discussed. This is the one, you will agree with me. There are several topics lined up. There are other topics that may attempt to answer some of our thoughts. But if you have any question limited within the scope of what we just looked at, I wish to entertain some few questions before we take a short break and continue with the next topic. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm grateful. Mr. Nachang, over to you, please. Queen Esther, good morning. It's glad to have you on board. Thank you so much. Abhishek, we are glad you joined us. Honorable Kadi Mahamud, thank you for joining us. Thank you so much. We are glad having you. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure and a privilege handling this session. So, Mr. Nathan, over to you, please. Mr. Nachang, please, over to you, sir.
You can start sharing the slides now. Okay, so you'll be here with us. This is a hybrid session, and we need to carry those that are online also along. So that's why you can see a lot of connections here and there, so that people who are online can also partake with us. So our online participants, please can somebody speak from the online participants? Let us confirm if you can hear us. Okay, Abisha, can you confirm if you can hear us? Honorable Justice CD, I believe is hearing us. Okay, so thank you for joining us. If you want to speak, you can put on you can unmute yourself and speak, and we will hear you. So please quickly, we have just listened to a very important aspect of the training, and I don't know if any one of you have any questions. So first of all, there are two aspects of the training that was taken. Which and which? We just finished talking about two aspects. Yes. You just tell us.
Okay, my name is Laila. Two aspects we talk about legal framework and religious framework.
Thank you very much. Legal and religious framework. Okay. So, what is what do you understand by legal framework for media?
That serves as application of alternative dispute in resolving disputes.
Very much. What about okay, he said that okay, is it possible for you to sit at just the parties amicable and because if I had the speaker, I believe that it should be somewhere around talking about some religious is it no customary leadership, customary administration, and even a customary isn't it? I pray that after this training, by the time settlement house begins to do administration training, you will also attend the administration training so that you'll be a balanced equal practitioner. Don't just limit yourself to mediation. More so that now we are beginning to have hybrid processes. You remember in the introduction, we have app med app, we have we can start with the administration and then else, right? So it's good for you to fast. So please go ahead.
That sometimes allow yourself conflicts about we are cited almost all our laws. The laws, you can mention, sanctions to mediators if they fail to follow the rules. I am expecting there are sanctions for failure.
Mr. Samuel, can you hear us?
In the rules of FCT High Court, it's clear, you are not remember
Mr. Samuel, can you hear us? Mr. Samuel. Mr. Samuel, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Confirm that they can hear us. Please, can you confirm if you can hear us? Just on the next page. I want to confirm if the online participants can hear us. Please, can you just give just if you can hear us? My Lord, can you hear us?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, but yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
In fact,
asking, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Perspective, particularly in the Muslim perspective. He cited the Quranic verse, which I can quote in Arabic, which says, وَإِنْ طَائِفَتَانِ مِنَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ اقْتَتَلُوا فَأَصْلِحُوا بَيْنَهُمَا فإن بغت إحداهما على الأخرى فقاتلوا التي تبغي حتى تفيء إلى أمر الله. The meaning in a nutshell is and there is or a the Quran enjoined us that we shall make a if one of the group that have wanted refused to settle by a particular approach, the Quran is also find one that is being contemporary to the mediation and settlement, so that we enforce the Quran enjoy the that they should enforce or to ensure that he is representing the society by using so by this we see
very much. So you can see that religiously speaking, we have a going to area. And some of us who are already who are already experts in their own, you can go into religious administration and concentrate Islamic. An expert. When you are looking for expert in a particular field, you can be an expert in resolution of inheritance disputes or other disputes. The last time we had a webinar under our professional development platform that we had the privilege of having the learned silk by as one of the panelists. We also have the honor of having as a Christian, instead of going to the conventional decide to become that who can help Christians to resolve issues without going to publicize. Most of us here are quiet. They call it a public place. In fact, in you understand? In fact, Freedom of Information Act, you can ask for anything, isn't it? So we want
not the one that was just want to make sure we're on this.
Oh, she's a user?
Contracts. You know, we have
Wallahi kuwa, to mu ga datan ka ba a daji ko a
not doing according to plan, or you use substandard materials. Are we saying that the Bible or the Quran does not make provision for people like that to be able to resolve their conflict amicably amongst them? You see, the good thing about the religious aspect of this resolution is that by the time you help people resolve this dispute amicably under either the religious aspect, the thing you are doing is you are reconciling the disputing parties, one, their relationship with one another, and you are reconciling their relationship with their maker, which is God. I don't know if you understand. I just want you to see how important this religious aspect of resolution of conflict and dispute is. Because for the Christian faith, you cannot say you want to go and pray, and you are praying and you expect God to answer you when you have problem with your sister or your brother, you cannot forgive him, you are not at peace, and then you say you have a good relationship with God. I don't know if the same thing is applicable under the Islamic faith. I believe is that. Please, let's hear. Yes.
In Islam, despite with conduct of and even though you never put somebody, it will not prevent you from getting Allah for his out of his really give you what you want. Notwithstanding that emphasis, many verses which emphasize that you were urged to forgive one another so that your Lord will forgive.
It's also the same thing in the Bible. Forgive that you also will be forgiven. In fact, in the Bible, it's so strong that your forgiveness is dependent on forgiving others. So you cannot come and ask God for forgiveness when a brother or a sister who offend you say, God, this is too difficult for me to forgive. Then how will now God forgive you your own sin?
That's the difference. Because in Islam, it's not dependent on forgiving one another. It was a inspirational, divine inspiration. Notwithstanding, we never forgive him. You know, at times, in a legal, in a spiritual perspective of Islam, you have your right and there is one right. If you forgive it, you are right. Then the right of Allah or the right of the Lord is inspiration, divine inspiration. So when you happen to have a right, somebody owe you some rights, and we fail to settle you, then I will feel that you will never forgive you. So that is what that does not prevent you from praying to God for asking God for the right you should come providing the way of devotion.
Thank you.
The teaching of what my senior brother said is that the relationship with the Creator, the Almighty Allah, is different from your relationship with human being or any mankind. Because Quran enjoy Muslim to forgive one another so that he can forgive you. That is the similarity. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, وَلْيَعْفُوا وَلْيَصْفَحُوا أَلَا تُحِبُّونَ أَن يَغْفِرَ اللَّهُ لَكُمْ. forgive so that Allah can forgive you. But in other aspect, you can pray for Allah to give you something. You can worship Him. You can do all other aspects of to maintain a relationship with Almighty Allah. But this is like a ladder, like a means for you to use to get forgiveness from the Almighty Allah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So you can see.
Sorry, I don't know whether I can add something to what you have said about the benefits you can get when you are settling dispute religiously. In Islamic law, we believe that whatever you do in the name of religion, so apart from what you can get in this life, there is something provided for you by the Almighty Allah that you can, if you go there, you can get it. We call it rewards. So apart from maintaining the good relationship between the parties, apart from whatever I have mentioned, so that is what we call rewards. Because under Islam, whatever you do, as I said earlier, in the name of religion, so you can get reward on that basic act. So this is in addition to what you have said.
Okay. Thank you very much. So do you see why we are emphasizing on expertise? Now, I am a Christian. If I decide to go into resolving Christian-related, with my knowledge of the scripture and the Bible, it will help me to balance, right? So imagine if I now take up Islamic-related mediation, quote what the Bible says without understanding what Islam is saying. The kind of confusion. Do you understand? That is how it is also when it comes to other professions. We have construction disputes. As a lawyer, we are jack of all trades. But lawyers who specialize in construction disputes. Do you understand? We are looking at subject matter expertise so that you can mediate, right? I will not know about family mediation, but when someone is an expert in it, you know that it is in it. So you that you are already versed in Islamic related dispute. Imagine if two Muslims come before you and they are trying to quote a brand or one sunnah or something that you don't understand. You say, okay, don't know the implication. If they come before me and they quote, I don't know what it is. Or you are trying to resolve medically related disputes, and then the dispute is medical and you are not a medical practitioner. You can assist them, but you will need the expertise and advice of the world of a medical practitioner. Just imagine if the medical practitioner himself is a dispute resolution specialist or a mediator. Do you see how perfect that is? Because if the parties who are doctors or nurses come and say there was something, there was a way and manner they were supposed to give the injection, and the nurse, because of negligence, went and gave the injection where it is not supposed to, and this person become paralyzed. When they begin to explain that thing to me in the medical language, I will not be looking at them because I will not know what they are talking about. But when you come before someone who tells you that I am a lawyer, I'm a medical practitioner, I am this and that, you know that you also have boundaries. No matter the grammar you know, you know that the person understands it. Yes, you cannot just do him like lawyers who blow grammar somewhere and say, lawyer don't come. People believe lawyer. But if the lawyer is a mediator and you come as a lawyer before you say I'm a lawyer, I'm a mediator, I'm an arbitrator, you know that the grammar you want to do before him, you will calm down. But if the lawyer appears before a mediator who is not a lawyer, you know there's a way they intimidate. So
That is why for some of us who are lawyers and we are really fortunate to be either Christians or Muslims, or we are special, we have specialty in some areas, we want you to develop that aspect. Among the Sharia court judges, let them identify you that you are an expert in resolving inheritance disputes. Some beyond the Quran, they are gone for that to study and get masters or doctorate in that aspect as a specialist. So as the teaching is going on, begin to look at areas you have passion, you have expertise, you have understanding in. Right? So that is the religious aspect. Legally speaking, because you are already judges. I know I've appeared before my honor, and sometimes I say, oh no, please, can you just refer us to the multi-dog courthouse? Or we want to see how we can attend this matter and settle it out of court. The rules of court permits it. The law establishing the court permits it. Isn't it? Do you know that we have the alternative dispute resolution, Kaduna State Alternative Dispute Resolution Law 2012, thereabouts, if I'm correct, for Kaduna State. Okay, 2013, yes, 2013. We have it in Kaduna State. Do you know that the landlord and tenants law is one of the laws in the whole of Nigeria that promotes ADR, that specifically, it whether it's a lawyer or not lawyer, mediator, the parties as long as he has the expertise to do it. So why should landlord and tenant matters go into court when we can have judges, we can have magistrates, we can have people who are on the bench? Why? When people come, the thing is simple. Somebody's house, the only issues there is either you are owing rent or that he wants you to leave his house. So why would you be calling witnesses, calling evidence and spending time? Yeah. Time to the religious and the aspect so that as a judge you can be equipped. Now we have a very functional director in the multi-law courthouse. And I remember during our session with the Sharia court judges, we did a seminar for them. We emphasize that when you send your matters for resolution at the multi-law courthouse, when it is resolved, to be sent back to your court, you enter it as terms of a settlement, and it will be counted as some of the matters you have disposed. And when I know the Grand Kadi was there, he said that those are some of the things they are going to be considering when it comes to promotion. Are we together? So these are the things that we should look at. And that's why I'm very happy. Our training, if you attend other training, you see that actually designed and crafted differently. Because at the end of this training, and when you are certified, when you say you are a mediator, you should know you are a you are going to why you have assignment that you have to work. So that's the you do it both online and you are going to do it for us here. You come and sit here. These are your parties and you are give us your opening statement. And you have to do it very short, precise, and it must capture the major elements. That is and for the judge, you can actually arrange your session, which you will be paid aside from your work. Yes, appoint you as an expert to be a mediator and you are a sitting judge. Decide to put your session on Sunday, on Saturday, on Friday. It does not interfere with your work. Simple. Are we together? Things that we need to, as you are growing time, you can see people have this country victory. They have acquired just like you see them, we won't pity. I say we don't have this. Now you begin to tailor your, so that they'll begin to recognize you as an expert in an area. When you retire, you will see that when other people will not be looking for you, they'll be looking for you. I know, sir, your can you, we want to appoint you to help us do an administration, all of this. I know you understand perfectly well. So coming to Oga's question, you said if a mediator does not follow the, you see, mediator, yes. We are going to discuss ethics. You know, it is a professional. What you do for now as a foundation is that your soft behavior spec and you do like this. You know, they talk among themselves, just like judges talk among themselves. They say, I'm the lawyer, I'm the lawyer, you know. So also they will say, this judge, this judge, this judge, the same thing. They say this mediator, when you mess up this one, who will appoint you again? Who will appoint you? It is practice in India. It is practice that appoints. It is not God that you go and find a matter, and the court will assign it to the chief judge of the Grand Cardio or whoever is the senior judge, will assign it to any judge. It is the practice in this. Let's see. Somewhere there. You will now. Like if you have a dispute and you write to the house and say you want us to help resolve the dispute, go to our website. We have a list of neutrals who are trained and certified. Those who are online, you can put the settlement house. Your phone number will the website will be shared. If you in their panel of neutrals who are experts in different fields, that is what we are going to bring. Maybe nominate 2, 3, 4 persons for people. And those into the qualification of those they are looking for. Who possesses qualification for the kind of those are. So, sir, when you didn't do it well, next time, nobody will do it. They want to know what house, when they are signing cases and they have been hearing stories about nobody matter to you. Yeah, in mind. So, thank you. Please, online participants, can you confirm yours? I think there is any question. Samira Valeri, the registrar of Advanced State University. You're welcome. The online participants, if you have any question, can you indicate? Okay. My Lord, sir, can you speak?
Yes, good afternoon, fellow participants. Mine is not a question, it's actually a contribution. So far, so good. I have followed the presentations that were being made and bringing the perspective on both the Christian perspective, which are the two predominant religions that are there in the always say the issue of mediation is of the NATO aspect. The returns of mediation in hundreds, more than the return of cases in court. And that was why, even at the initial stage of having mediation, the office was should be one of the first that was being trained by a lot of international experts on mediation, arbitration, as the ADR is evolving and developing. And well, I wish us all the best. I wish us well. And I believe we have more better active participation as we continue with the program. That is just my little contribution. Thank you, sir.
We appreciate your contribution. We don't call it to say or prepare for the next session.
وعليكم السلام. الذين يمشون على الأرض هونا. لا فعلا. أوكي.
Okay. So, do we have any other question? Clarification you want to know, please? You see, we are not just interested in training like maybe you are paid for training. We just do and ensure that we are done. We want you to get what you came here. So please, if you have questions, when you come for consultation, you're going to charge you. Take your time now. It's your time. Ask questions as you want. Please, where is the other one?
The presentations of implementation of ombudsman approach. So even though he just listed it, but I want more collaboration over that matter.
Okay. Yes. Ask the question, ombudsman. Yes. Other question. Okay, no questions, right? Okay. Now you see the issue is an ombudsman. But why did you guys want this? Okay. Please.
Even though maybe some of these questions because it appears consideration is just we are yet to go with the question is benefits what is the benefit? Just become the way she was. We just make it quickly, no important nothing. You know, no one. We have one matter now. We didn't find the even though it's almost a dead on time. It's not a great practice for what we need. So what are some of the immediate first long-term benefits of immediate?
Okay, let me start by saying that you see, an ombudsman is someone who resolves disputes or conflict in an official capacity, right? You see, like sometimes you need to be appointed. Maybe it's a government official, an ombudsman. Yes, because it's usually people they complain. The ombudsman actually investigate those complaints and then eventually make recommendations or try to resolve them through litigation. Do you understand? The person who asks, do you understand? Yeah, so, unlike this conventional mediation, right, where if you are in the multi-law, that's the center point. On the other side is a government official, whether acting in his official capacity or someone who is appointed as an ombudsman that seeks to do that. So, and he does that by investigating. Let's say there is allegation of corruption in a particular agency, and it is brought before an ombudsman. They have the power and possibly the binding of law and government to do some of those. And also, most times they are government agencies, right? It's not a private agency. And then there are laws binding them. If you refuse, there may be penalties. Do you understand? But the conventional area we are doing most times the free will of the parties. If someone says he's not interested, even if there are countries that you have mandatory mediation, you have mandatory mediation, but if they say they are not interested, there's nothing you can do, even if they go to. That's why we help you to see why mediation and area is prepared. When you help the parties see the benefit, because some lawyers will come and say, okay, like one senior lawyer was asking me to mediation session. When he sat down, I was not saying anything. After a while, when they come back, they say, please, excuse me, Mr. Mediator. So when am I supposed to cross-examine this person? Because he has been saying a lot of things. So you just waiting for the time to ask questions to discredit the testimony. Because you are not aware, right? So you need to learn. And if you now say lawyer is not important in the India structure, you go out and go in for life. You can simply tell his client, they see, one thing they are doing, don't forget about it. You don't go and don't agree to anything. And you know the client will do, because the lawyer has been there for him all these years, he has been advising him, so this one will be one of the advice, right? So you need to carry the lawyer along. We are finding it difficult to use lawyers. We are finding it difficult to use them because if they can come sit down and attend this training and get the skills, it will even make their practice. You understand? It will. Okay, somebody wants to please get the mic for us. You want to say something, sir? You said the reason is not about it. Yes, no.
No, lawyer will tell you that when there's no financial benefit. Okay. Perhaps you highlight. Yes. What benefit? Okay, so you let the lawyer know. It may not be as much as, but at least here they're injecting less work. Not doing what is basic. Perhaps if you do that, you might
But you see, appointment in India is big, and you must to them. In the course of being in India, I know that I have run into a lot of some other spiritually, virtually. You know, this one you are seeing there, the spiritual aspect of it, isn't it? Because people from not here can connect, right? So you have run into, you have to sell yourself. Don't be surprised one day when people have matters. You say, who is the mediator? Hey, there is one man chan. You know this man chan is carrying media everywhere. He's telling people need to know you and appoint you. The best way to get known is to get free services. Because in Nigeria, you know we are talking about no jobs, right? There are jobs. And before you get someone you can trust. If I want to example lawyer, I did IGMP for 2 years, and I want to teach English to government for free. Don't you think they will? If I say, please, I'm seeking for employment, sorry, you know, we are not looking for teachers. I mean, diplomas. Because the moment they see your degree and your master, they no, we cannot pay you, we cannot employ you, you know, they will run away. So we want to enter with the diploma first. So before they say anybody has you will show. So there is money. See, the day they will appoint you, you will forget about all the sorrows. I'm telling you because, and what is it? Do you know that all of us, almost all of us here are lawyers except you? Is that correct? All of us, except maybe half. Now, the rules of professional conduct for legal practice. I think section 15, so what? 3D says that it is your professional responsibility as a lawyer to explore ADR. It is after it fails before you can take any step. By the time clients' eye begin to open, they will begin to sue lawyers for professional negligence. You know why? Because they will say your rules of professional conduct say you should do this, so you knew it. And you know what we do in pre-trial conference? We don't file the form and say, is there any matter we want to resolve? They don't fill the form, fill the form, no, yes, and then we submit. Just to go to get the date for what? That's what we do. But that is the time that we're supposed to sit down. Parties don't even meet. The lawyers don't even meet to discuss anything. They just file this thing, say there is no matter to resolve.
I think it was the legal state that I posted this conference because when before you file an action, you have to undergo such parts. Otherwise, if you neglect and you happen to file an action as a plaintiff person, and it found that you failed to do the needful in the beginning, then you will need liable for the all expenditure you incur, you are fine. But I think the whole laws, I don't think where a particular state can be a state of regulation in this opposing of this delegation that we found from the country.
So the thing is, the emphasis we want to keep making is that if you want to practice these things, you have to do it sincerely. You know, if you file your papers, even in Lagos, where they say you undertake that you have done something, lawyers still lie until they have done it. Right? So at the end of it, you still need sincerity on your part. The thing is that the law is there. Nigeria, it is when the law will catch you, they catch up with you, caught up with you, that they will bring up the law and say, what? Are you saying that this thing is there? It's there until you fall victim or if they want to victimize you. You understand? Now lawyers are applying for SN. Members of the public are coming out and saying this person should not be appointed. He handled my case this way, and five petitions. Some may not succeed, some will succeed. And recently we have had lawyers who have been bad. Their names removed from the record because of some of these things. So, sir, it is not true. One of our facilitators, Mr. George, if we are fortunate to have him, in Florida, they have a lot of things here, and if we are fortunate to have him, he will take us how to start up your Indian practice. He charges $350 per hour. You know how much it is? $350 per hour. Dollars. No, it's not even 350,000. If you calculate it, yes. For 1 hour per hour, that's what he charges. And if you book his session, his mediation session, you have to book for like 2 hours minimum. So you can see. And now, if you want to bring a facilitator of that nature, how much are you going to pay? The class is 1 hour 30 minutes to 2 hours. How much are you going to pay? If not, that some of them value that they want to see other people train and get these skills. How much? Where are we going to get the money? Do you understand? So there is money, sir. That is why you have, even as a lawyer, when you graduate, they used to just give you briefs. Except you are born with a silver spoon. Right? They will say, Alhaji, Yami and Atagama, Makaranta, lawyer. They want to become that's their account of the papers. And they buy 1 million, they give you 10%. What do you need here again? But lawyers like us that you have to start from the scratch. You know that you have to navigate your way to go for cases where people all around so that they will get to know that you are a lawyer and capable. Is it not true? Does money just come and say because you are a lawyer, take between the cases? Sometimes clients will be in court, they see you advocating, they say, can you give us your number? I've had instances like that where they connected. If you don't do it, is there no money in the profession? There is, but you have to navigate your way. There are lawyers that are poor, you cannot take care of it. Are we together? Are we together? So, sir, there is money. And you see, when lawyers begin to embrace these things, clients are no longer interested in the time you waste in court. They say, okay, with all of these big clients, look at the problem we have. Please, I give you 1 week to help me. Do what you can to get this thing go away. I don't know whether you have a client like that. You say, please, they will just call you. Please, this issue, I don't want to hear about it. So anything you want to do, get this thing. Imagine you tell them that you are filing a matter in court. He say he wants it to get, let it go as quick as possible. He doesn't want to hear anything
things are connected. The only way you can do negotiation. And that's why you are doing the training. If you inculcate it in your practice, contrary to the saying that you'll be going to collect appearance fee, people will be coming to my office. I've resolved matters within 1 hour, 2 hours. They say they have been paying 1 million naira or so. I just collected a small amount of money from them. Did the mediation session and we resolved. Within 1 hour, 2 hours, we are done. I was in court before a customary court. I had to stand up and say, your Honor, if I intervene, please, I feel that it's a rent-related matter. I say, I feel that this matter can be resolved out of court. If only your worship can just leave me a few minutes with these people, please let me see if I can assist them. The landlord was very stubborn. He's an elderly person. That's why we are training you. As part of the things you need to learn as a mediator to help, you have to be committed to the process. Under the process, under ethics, you learn some of the things. You have to be committed because once a mediator comes and says, I'm tired, I cannot continue. By the way, you see now your dispute, I beg, parties are not able to resolve. That ends the process. If you are not committed to the process, you are going to cause a lot of damage. Because when they go to court, they say we have attempted ADR and did not. You see the problem. So you have to be committed and determined to help parties resolve. And once you do it, within, I don't think we took up to 10 minutes. In court, you just went out the landlord and said, no, this one is, I say, sometimes you have to be like, sometimes you be the one to beg on behalf of the parties and see it is wrong. So if you don't have the interest of the parties at heart, you see my problem. Nothing. Just you are not interested, but yes, you are not interested. Okay, especially when it is free. I've done a session in the Constitutional house that the couple I have to do. The husband is somewhere in the where I have to do one session hybrid like this one on phone and one physically with me. Other mediators have tried and tried. In fact, it was sent from the mediation house to the Constitutional house. And eventually I intervened. I was like, if this my seniors have tried, what am I going to be like this? But eventually we did, and we settled. This is something that they say. When they just mention it, they say, this guy case, what we are saying is that you have to be committed. Are we together? So, sir, you are going to get money. In fact, lawyers are more entitled to get money because when there is a problem, you go to somebody, you go to your lawyer, and the lawyer says, you see, charge him your fee. We are going to teach you how to charge for media services. We'll teach you emotional intelligence. We'll teach you understanding personality types. These are things that are not part of media trainings. Because you need it, we are going to teach you. Are we together? Yes, so I believe that we have exhaustively discussed some of these topics. So the online participants, if you have any question or comment, you can just engage, and then we will give you the opportunity to say what you want to say. Online participants, are you with us? Okay. So I want us to just stretch ourselves briefly. I just want us to stretch ourselves. Don't mind. Sometimes because of my eagerness, we want to give you everything. Some organization may just teach you, just give you the tips.
that you can come back again and do another training, isn't it? But when you finish your training, you're going to be certified as a mediator. So I don't see the reason why you should not know what you need to know. Right? You should not know what you're supposed to. Imagine if you graduate, like one of the not that he said he met his student in court. So and then the student walks into the corner. He now turn and now remember law that he said that guy now got it. He think that when we are teach you everything so that you now come out with your answers. They know he went to his other and brought that one. That was what he used to, have my before if not, he would have replaced him before the system. We don't do like that in settlement house. We want you to go out there and be confident that you are what? A certified mediator. You can contend with it. That's why you see our panel. We have highly trained panels both within and outside Nigeria. We try our best to see how we can bring them in, discuss some of these things with you so that you can also have international perspective. Are we together? You can be a balanced mediator, confident. If you want to see someone who is confident, somebody who knows, I'm a mediator. I'm not too sure anyway, but who appoints you? Nobody. But when they see the confidence, I know what makes you confident is proficiency. When you know what you are, you can stand before anybody and say what you know. Right? So we believe that we need to get the that's why we have included courses like you come and pay maybe hundreds of thousands to attend, like emotional intelligence. They are going to attend the class with pay. We will put them as part of your package here. And I pray that you will be diligent to attend all the sessions so that you can get whatsoever you can get the session and come out very equipped, ready and prepared to go into this field with all that you want. So, having said so, let us stretch. Stand up, please. We have been sitting. There is an aspect that you need to know because you see anything you are doing has to do with agreement, and you are going to be looking at aspects of please stretch yourself. You can walk around so that we can now commence. What we are going to be looking at is agreement mediation.
Please collect. Try to this can see
Mr. Samuel, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Oh, perfect. So, are you set? Okay. The timetable will be sent to your and Mr. Samuel, can you have the floor and
Yes,
comment
this,
as use your time as quick as possible when you want, just
Mr. Nut, could you be more audible, please?
can you hear me?
Okay, it's better now. I can hear you clearer now.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you.
All right, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for may I use this opportunity to welcome our very own Kathleen from ABD. If you can hear me, please just leave the house. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning to everyone. Good afternoon to everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so before your session, Mr. Samuel will just take us briefly on agreements in mediation. So this is so I believe that the parties have taken a little rest before he came in. So Samuel, you can go ahead quickly before our next.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm grateful. The last time I was here, I greeted everyone good morning, and I'm happy to say good afternoon to all physical participants and all participants within the West African geopolitical zone. Good morning and evening to other persons joining online. Catching is good to see you. Thanks for joining us. I want to make an appeal. I think I was Catching. It's good to see you. Good afternoon from Nigeria. During the tail end of the first session, I was bumped up. I want to really appeal and apologize to all participants. I got bumped up and I had to juggle some tasks. So it's good to be back. And quickly this afternoon, I have a very simple task. And my task will be to please confirm if you can hear me and if you can see my slide, please. Thank you so much. All right, quickly this afternoon, we have a task, and our task is to understand agreements in mediation. That is the task we'll be embarking on this afternoon. Understanding agreements in mediation. I always love to begin my presentation with quotes, and Mahatma Gandhi This quote was attributed to him. He said, peace is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to cope with it. From his perspective, he feels this is what peace is all about. Yeah. Marshall Rosenberg has this to say: to practice the process of conflict resolution, we must completely abandon the goal of getting people to do what we want. In other words, to resolve conflict effectively, we should not just consider what we want, but we should see how we can create an allowance and have a neutral ground to entertain the desires of others. And another author has this to say: the goal of resolving conflict in a relationship is not victory or defeat. Conflict resolution is all about reaching and understanding and letting go of our needs in order to be right. This is the nucleus about conflict resolution. Permit me to begin this discourse looking at understanding agreement in mediation is a critical aspect of mediation process, and it requires a skillful approach that draws both on legal and interpersonal skills. The complexity and delicacy of crafting agreements that satisfy the needs and interests of all parties involved in a dispute is no mean task. The ability to help disputing parties navigate their different perspectives, their different positions, and arrive at a singular position is not a mean task. This afternoon, we are looking at make a reference to. Basically, understanding has to do with knowledge sorry for that network glitch. Sorry so much. I was bumped off. All right, let's kickstart from where we stop. Please confirm if you can both hear and see my slide.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Thank you so much. No, basically, understanding has to do with knowledge about a situation, to know how something works, and to know what something means. Now, agreement has to do with the situation in which people have the same opinion, a situation where people approve and accept the same thing. When we are talking about agreement, the picture to my left talks about somebody seeing 6, the other seeing 9. Now, I must submit to you that they are both correct because their conclusion is drawn from their perspective. The one to my left say this is 6. The one to my right is saying this is 9. As long as they maintain their perspective, as long as they maintain their position, they are both correct. But when we are talking about agreement, we are not looking for who is right or who is wrong. Agreement has to mean bringing both parties to the same perspective, bringing them to the same position. So we are not propounding or trying to infer you are right or you are wrong. It simply means let's see how we can gravitate them towards one position, the same position, to enable them share common ground. Because the fact that Mr. A is wrong does not necessarily mean that Mr. B is right. Can I say this? The fact that we agree does not necessarily mean that we have accepted. In every day of our lives, we negotiate with people, we dialogue with people. There are some persons you have agreed with. You only agreed with them, not because you accepted all they said, hook, line, and sinker, but you decided to agree with them for the purpose of letting go. So at times, agreement may not just be complete acceptance, but agreement may be an understanding that for the purpose of moving forward, for the purpose of togetherness, for the purpose of de-escalating tension, let me just receive what is on ground. We call it the meeting of the minds. Many times as husbands, there are some things we consent to not because we agree, but because we decide to let go. Even for the wives, there are some things we consent, there are some things women consent to, not basically because they agree, but they just decided to let it go. That is the essence of what mediation is all about. Yes, we are from different perspectives. Yeah, we are from different backgrounds. We have our belief, but for the purpose of moving forward, we must see how we can gravitate towards a position where we share the same conviction. We have looked at understanding agreement. Let's have an overview of mediation. Basically, mediation is voluntary. Mediation is binding. Mediation is a private dispute resolution process in which a neutral person, a third-party neutral, not just an ordinary person, but a mediator. By this, we mean someone that has been trained and certified by an accredited institution and has the proven skills to assist parties in the amicable settlement of their disputes and to see how strained relationships can be restored. Generally, mediation is binding except it is ordered by the courts. So mediation entails a third-party neutral that has been trained and skilled and certified, seeing how it can assist parties in some cases to just resolve the disputes they have, but in another case, to see how their relationship that has been soured can be restored. Talking about evaluative mediation and transformative mediation. You can see the picture to my right. Someone is at the middle trying to restore law and order. In mediation, it is essential to note that the decision-making power always resides on the parties. And in Nigeria, we have the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, and we are proud to have the Settlement House ADRO Institute. These are institutes that carry on mediation. Basic tips in mediation as far as understanding agreement is concerned. Looking at agreement, we must understand that the focus of the parties should be drawn towards their interest and not their position. We usually have what we call the onion model. You know, there's an outer part, there's also an inner part. When people come for mediation, way So we must understand that in order to achieve peaceful resolution and gravitate disputants towards a position of resolution, we must assist them shift their focus from their position, from what they want to what they actually need. Because we know there's a difference between what people want and what people need. Most times when they get what they want, they may not be satisfied because it is different from what they need. With due respect to all legal minds in the house, to our judges, your worships, please permit me to say this. We have had cases where when matters are filed in court and the parties are being questioned, most cases, when they make their submissions to their counsels have a way of amplifying the issues and coining it in such a way that it will be very appealing, conducive, and convincing within the sphere of litigation. But when we come for mediation, what do? We take out all the extra packages and enable the parties to focus on what they actually want. Please, am I still audible? Am I audible, please? Am I audible, please?
Yes, you are, Samuel. I put a thumbs up in my screen.
You are, sir.
Mr. Nathan, please, can I have a 5 minutes break, please? Is it possible, please? Let me change my network provider. Is that possible?
We're actually hearing you, but go ahead.
Nanchang, he is requesting a 5-minute break so he can change his network provider, I believe, to be able to have a better connection. So he is able to teach more effectively.
Oh, that's fine. I've had him.
Yeah, he'll be right back, I'm sure.
Sure.
Am I audible now? Well. Mr. Nathan, am I audible now, please?
Yes, you are, Samuel.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you.
Of course.
All right. I had to just do some swapping. Right now, we were looking at interests and position. In order to achieve, I must state here now that as an ADR practitioner, as a certified mediator, you are not a magician, neither are you a miracle worker. But most times we discover that if parties get the needed help, if parties get the professional assistance that they do need, there's a percentage possibility that they can gravitate towards resolution. Permit me to say here now that all the issues may not be resolved. Scenario 1. Scenario 2, all the issues may be resolved. Scenario 3, none of the issues may be resolved. Either way, when parties are unable to resolve their dispute at the end of the day, it is not mediation that failed. It is not the mediator that has failed. It is just that the parties have not been able to find common ground. Are we together, please? ADR practitioners should help parties shift and create opportunities for beneficial solutions. At the point of entry, this is what I want. But while you are entering, parties should be made to understand that there's the need to create allowance for solutions that are mutually beneficial, not solutions that appeal to the ego of one party at the expense of the other party, but a solution that cuts across all parties involved. And in most cases, if parties have mediation advocates as their counsel, it makes things much more easier. Understanding agreements in mediation, parties should be able to understand clarity and specificity. A well-crafted agreement should be clear and specific, not ambiguous. If there's a breach in contract, XYZ goods were supposed to have been supplied at a certain date, and the supplier defaulted in supplying. If at the end of the day, there's an agreement, the agreement should not just state, I, the supplier, have agreed to supply XYZ goods to Mr. Tunde. That is not clear, and that is not specific. If I have agreed and accepted that due to some issues beyond my control, I was unable to do the needful at the right time, I should clearly state, I've agreed to supply XYZ quantity of goods with specific specifications on a particular date. If I'm going to do it in batches, if I'm dealing with 10 cartons or 100 cartons, I can say I will spread the delivery of the 100 cartons in 2 months. How many cartons will be supplied the first month? How many cartons will be supplied the second month? On which day or which week of the month will these goods be supplied? It must be specific. It must be clear. There should be no atom of ambiguity, because at the end of the day, a settlement agreement should not call for any extra explanation. Everything should be well stated. And that is why a mediator needs to work with parties to calculate their intentions with precision, leaving no room for misinterpretation. All loose ends must be properly tied. As a mediator, your first shot at drafting a mediation agreement may not be too perfect, but as you progress in the field and in the business of mediation, you discover that mastery will begin to set in. That is why we usually advocate, after training such as this, there's need for young mediators, young ADR practitioners to make opportunities to be tutored by mentors. While you learn under mentors, it is easy for you to begin to pick ones. You know how to dot your I's and cross your T's. I hope we are still together. Understanding agreement in mediation. There must be a balance in between legal and human elements. While the legal aspect of an agreement are crucial, it is equally important to consider the human and relational elements as far as the agreement is concerned. There must be a striking, an agreement cannot contain what goes against the law. So in drafting an agreement, even if it's between parties, it must be in tandem with the law. It must be in tandem with human elements. It must be in tandem with equity. So while we say that the mediation agreement is principally based on the interest of the parties, if the interests of the parties go against the law, the applicable law, then such an agreement cannot be said to be healthy. It needs to be healthy so that it can be easily enforced. There's need for cultural sensitivity. That is why, as a mediator, if we have the opportunity to carry out mediation in a specific environment, you must understand what obtains in that environment. You must understand what obtains in that community, because the essence of mediation is to see how that agreement can be enforced seamlessly. So tailor your approach to respect and integrate diverse cultural perspectives. And that is why we are grateful to Shati for making this training a reality. We'll be exposed to cross knowledge, breed of knowledge from experts around the world. Catherine is waiting to do justice to our session, and we can't wait to hear from her. So we must be open-minded. We must have what they call cultural diffusion. We should not be judgmental. Understand where people are coming from and do your best to entertain their cultural beliefs. Informed decision-making. When we are talking about counseling, in counseling, principally, we are told that you don't advise your counselee, but you make information available to them with applicable options that enable them make informed decision. Informed decision is simply a decision that is based on adequate information. Over time and over the years, people take decisions so promptly without adequate information. Ensure that all parties fully understand the terms and implications of the agreement. We must facilitate a process where participants make informed decisions rather than feeling pressured into coercion. Most times, dispute is a function of misinformation. Dispute may be a function of ignorance, but during the process of mediation, it becomes easy when parties are able to unburden their desires and displeasure. Their eyes are opened and they understand things better. Their chances, the likelihood of voluntary compliance can reduce the risk of future dissatisfaction. I've mediated on some cases. At the end of the day, in mediation, the fees are paid by both parties. But most cases, in some few instances, at the end of the day, one party will decide to return the fees paid by the other party because he becomes so aware of what actually transpired. Parties must be made to make decisions based on adequate and appropriate information. Future-proofing agreements. When drafting a settlement agreement, the area practitioner must be able to forecast mediatively and see how what is being put on paper will not aggravate futuristic crises. Although we are not magicians, but we can anticipate and address potential future contingencies. If A refuses to perform B, what will be the recourse? We must build flexibility into a well-crafted agreement should be robust enough to stand the test of time and adapt to unforeseen developments. Compliance mechanisms. One special and vital ingredient in drafting a mediation agreement is the ability to consider and incorporate mechanisms for monitoring and enforcing compliance. We will not just say Mr. XYZ has agreed to make payment of so amount to Mr. ABC. Parties must be put in the picture to clearly define the consequences for non-compliance and establish a framework for resolving any dispute that may arise in the future. In practice, some mediators, what they do as an item in the settlement agreement, they can include, if there be any further issues within both parties, they are free to reach out to the mediator. In the multi-door courthouse, there's a practice we have. If at the end of the day, parties are unable to resolve, this is what we always tell them. As it stands today, we've done our best, but it seems as if parties have decided to stay put on their position. It was worthwhile going through this process with you. We appreciate your comportment, your understanding, and your availability. If at any other time you feel disposed to go through this process again, our door is open. Unlike litigation, once a matter is concluded, you can't take it back again. But in mediation, the door is always open. As many times as they want to explore, they can always come back for mediation, provided they do it with utmost good faith. Drafting with neutrality. There's this debate. Can somebody be impartial or neutral? There's always a debate about it. As a mediator, your role is to maintain neutrality. Was one side, especially if you've had a first-hand experience of something like that. I was told one of our honorable judges, while we're having an update training, shared an experience with us that she was in a session and the mediator that was in charge of that session did something that made everybody, wow, how could this mediator have acted this way? The claimant had an issue with his landlady, how the fees was just increased arbitrarily. Now, when the claimant was speaking, the mediator said, yes, I agree with you. That is how my son that is staying in his XYZ location just called me up one morning and said that his landlady increased his rent without notice. I agree with you. That was very bad. Imagine a mediator saying that to both parties. It already zeroes the mind of the respondent that this process will not skate you. So you must maintain your neutrality, as you'll be told in the course of this training. If for any reason a mediator discovers that he or she cannot successfully assist the parties through the process, you just disclose it. I think I have an attachment with this party. I think I've experienced this issue firsthand. I may not be able to do the needful. You disclose and you just relinquish your position for somebody else to come in. As a trained mediator, we must be meticulous in drafting the agreement to ensure that it reflects the collective decisions of the parties rather than favoring one side. I once saw a settlement agreement and it said, the respondent shall do this. The claimant shall do this. I had to ask them, if you are saying the respondent shall do this, what is giving rise to this agenda? I think it will be better if we capture it this way. Both parties agree that the claimant will do this. Both parties agree that the respondent will do this. When we couch it in such a way you discover that it becomes binding and they share ownership of the dispute. When there's neutrality, it reinforces the perception of fairness and legitimacy. Another thing we need to understand why drafting a mediation agreement: empower the parties by educating them about the content and implications of the agreement. A well-informed party is likely to adhere to the terms and contribute to a positive post-mediation relationship, talking about evaluative mediation and transformative mediation and facilitative mediation. When you discover that the negative apathy parties share in a mediation process is so strong, you can see how you can expand it from just a facilitative mediation to become a transformative mediation, which is what we usually do when you're talking about communal conflicts. Post-mediation relationship matters a lot. Continuous improvement. Reflect on each mediation experience to refine your approach to agreement drafting, because we learn every day. We must build on the experiences of the past. Continuous learning and adaptation based on feedback contribute to your effectiveness as a mediator and enhance the quality of agreement you facilitate. Agreement is fundamental in mediation for many reasons. They include, don't forget, it is a voluntary process, except that has been ordered by the court. There must be a control. You must allow parties to have control over the outcome of the dispute. The mediation has control of the process, assists the process, but the parties have control of the outputs. You must understand that. Preservation of relationship is fundamental. We've discovered that there are some disputes that cannot be resolved. The best bet is to manage them. So the outcome at the end of the day may be resolution of the dispute or management of the dispute. How best can the parties commune among themselves to avoid breakdown of trust? We must understand that the legal system can be time-consuming due to backlog of cases, formal procedures, bureaucracy. Mediation provides a quicker venue for dispute resolution, and an agreed upon settlement can be reached much faster with the cooperation of the parties. Don't forget, in mediation agreement, there's confidentiality. Confidentiality in many area centers, there's usually a form called confidentiality form that parties need to fill in order before they proceed with the process. This encourages parties to open up and discuss their concerns and their interests, not minding who is listening to them. There's also caucusing, because within the framework of confidentiality, parties are told now whatever you say in the mediation room cannot be taken outside. You know, when someone is arrested, the default will be you have the right to remain silent. Whatever you say or do will be used against you in the court of law. It doesn't work that way in mediation. Whatever you say or do cannot be used against you, because most times when parties are able to unbundle, there's a vacuum for them to yield to mediation. Agreement in mediation, there's usually a high compliance rate because parties feel involved in the process. With due respect to our honorable judges and worships and legally inclined personalities, most cases when parties are done with a court session, they were in the courtroom, they heard what happened. When they come outside, they will ask their lawyer, what did the judge say? What happened? Because they are caught up with all the technicalities and the vocabulary of the legal world. But in mediation, it reverses the case. They understand the process. They know what is happening. The tempo is brought down to their pace. And so there's a high rate of compliance. A matter resolved not too long. The date the respondents agreed on the settlement agreement, that on a certain date, I will do this action. Do you know what happened? 2 weeks before that date, he did it. And he was so excited about the process. And for over 4 years, this dispute has been on. But because they felt involved, they had somebody listened to them. Somebody agreed with him. Most times, permit me to say this, when disputants are speaking, they just need somebody to agree with them. Remember, we said someone saw 6, the other person saw 9. They are both right. You can't tell them they are wrong. You need to agree with them. But now enlighten them that for the purpose of coexistence and forward looking, we need to arrive at a common ground. I hope we are still together. Please let me get your feedback. Are we still together? Can you hear me? Please confirm.
Yes, Samuel, everything's great.
Thank you so much. Mr. Nachang, I hope we are still in order. All right, so we talked about mediation reduces stress and hostility. It reduces stress and hostility. Most times in some mediation centers, you see parties are seated in a well-furnished venue. You have them seated in an AC-type venue. In some mediation centers, they are giving a bottle of water. Some give them snacks, light snacks, little refreshment to make them feel, although it is incorporated in their cost, but they see a different, nobody shouts at them. There's decorum. The mediator appreciates them, relates with them, come down to their level. They feel special. It reduces the stress and the hostility that is usually accompanied with the traditional litigation space. Mediation promotes a more cooperative and collaborative environment, helping to reduce stress and hostility and strain. I once mediated in a session when the parties were ushered in. The first thing the claimant did was to take the bottle of water in front of him, and he finished the entire bottle and said, hey. I asked myself, this is something you could have afforded outside, but the environment is cozy and it makes it easier for them to open up. Dispute resolution clause. When drafting an ADR clause, it is crucial to be clear and specific about the choosing method, procedures, rules, and the roles of parties and neutral. When individuals are to go into a contract or a business venture, it is mandatory, it is advisable that they include the dispute resolution clause in their contract. What does it entail? We always advocate that they consult legal experts to ensure that the clause is enforceable and aligns with the intention of the parties. The mediation agreement is entered into by and between APC for the purpose of establishing a framework for mediation process in the event of a dispute or conflict arising out of or related to their business relationship, contractual obligations, or any other matter as agreed upon. What do we mean by this? Parties are encouraged that before you go into any business venture with any person, there must be a document. You must forecast ahead. Remember, we said that conflicts are inevitable. So you can create an allowance. Why don't we have a dispute resolution clause, a short document that states in the event of disputes, we agree that we submit ourselves to an ADR mechanism for the purpose of resolution. In the case of mediation, we call it mediation agreement clause, a clause in the body of the contract or a standalone document that dictates and stipulates how the parties will choose to resolve their disputes in case it arises. Usually have party A address contact person's name, email, phone number, party B. When we mean party A, we are not just talking about an individual, because disputes may be between individuals, maybe between families, maybe between organizations, maybe between communities. Dispute may be between governments. So party talks about those on one side. Their details are clearly spelled out in the document. It serves as a roadmap for the mediation process and generally includes the following key elements. Dispute resolution clause. Mediation agreement always contains the following: identification of the parties. Who are the parties? What do we need to know about them? Scope of mediation. Which dispute resolution mechanism will they submit to? If it's all about mediation, beautiful. Do they have criteria that they want to specify that will be used in selecting the mediator? Do they want to say the mediator will choose that if there's any dispute during the course of our transacting our business, we will resort to mediation? And the mediator that will be selected or choosing for this purpose must be a mediator that has XYZ academic background. They cannot decide to stipulate the number of years experience they need. It must have an academic background or a medical background or an engineering background, a background that is connected to the nature of disputes. And they may decide to, so he must be someone of 30 years working experience. Talking about a consultant. Another element in the mediation agreement must be the issue of confidentiality and voluntary nature. The mediation procedures involved, the fees, the cost. They must understand that it is legal and binding. Earlier today, we looked at the legal framework for ADR, and within the confines of our jurisdiction that kicks against ADR. And with the signing in of the Arbitration and Mediation Act is a whole new dawn for the ADR world. Exclusion of liability, governing law, and signatures of the parties. All these are usually considered. Is someone okay? Terms of settlement. Terms of settlement embody the formalization of the resolution reached between disputing parties. This formalization often takes the shape of a written document known as a settlement agreement that outlines the terms, conditions, and actions each party has agreed to undertake to resolve their disputes. This agreement aims to clearly define the rights, obligations, and remedies for each party moving forward. The settlement agreement clearly states what both parties have agreed to do, how they've agreed to do it, and when they agree to get it done. Very crucial. Now, it follows this format. We have the introduction, we have the terms and conditions, we have the release and waiver. We also have the confidentiality components. Introduction has to do with revealing the identities of the parties involved. If they are legal representatives, if they are proxies standing in for the initial parties, it must be clearly indicated. And don't forget whether the parties involved in this there must be confirmation if they are qualified to enter into this agreement on behalf of their parties or on behalf of the persons they are representing. Terms and conditions clearly outlines the specifics of the settlement, including the rights and obligations of each party. Release and waiver talks about, it's usually a clause wherein parties agree to release each other from any further claims related to the dispute. There's usually a clause that this settlement agreement puts to end any form of dispute between both parties as regards XYZ amount. And if they've agreed on that, it simply means if there are other legal actions they've taken against each other, it will be terminated by virtue of their agreement. There must be a specification to know if the terms of settlement are confidential. If it is to be made known, it must also be clearly spelled out. The enforcement establishes a mechanism for enforcing the terms of settlement, a framework that ensures against defaultment. A settlement agreement must be signed by the parties and it must be duly dated. Some mediators do not sign in settlement agreements. Only the parties sign. But in some other jurisdiction, the mediator signs, the party signs. Depends on what is applicable in your jurisdiction. In the event of a dispute, controversy, or claim arising between parties, both parties agree to attempt mediation before pursuing formal legal proceedings. The mediation shall be conducted by a neutral and qualified mediator, choosing mutually by the parties, or in the absence of a mutual agreement. Is someone talking, please? Mr. Hadi CD. Mr. Hadi CD, do you mind muting your mic, please?
Okay, sorry.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you are tagging along. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Mr. Hadi. Thank you so much. Okay. Right. Mediation procedure, agreements to mediate. An agreement to mediate sets the foundation for a successful mediation process. Agreement to mediate sets the foundation for a successful mediation process. In some centers, there's a document known as mediation agreement form, where parties endorse that we have agreed to participate in the process of mediation. The goal of mediation is to reach a mutually acceptable resolution without the need for litigation. In conclusion, understanding agreements in mediation is a dynamic process that requires the blend of legal acumen, interpersonal skills, cultural awareness, and a commitment to fostering mutually satisfactory outcomes. By navigating the complexities with sensitivity and expertise, the mediator contributes significantly and efficiently to the resolution of disputes on an international scale. Noble lords, your worship, your excellencies, please permit me to state that the terms of settlement within this context represent a conclusive agreement reached between disputing parties to resolve their conflicts. These terms are meticulously crafted to encompass the various facets of the resolution and serve as the foundation for moving forward without resorting to formal litigation. Don't forget, it is usually been said that the way you make your bed, so you will lie on it. So we must understand that agreement plays a crucial role in mediation. Understanding agreement, when parties are brought to this understanding early enough in the process, you discover that the process will not just be seamless, the outcome will be satisfactory. Don't forget, understanding does not mean I agree with you. Understanding does not mean I have accepted what you are offering. Understanding simply means I have made up my mind to be committed to the process. You cannot change it from being black to white, but you can change my conviction. So we are not after their position. What are we after? We are after their interests. Noble lords, your worships, your excellencies, within these few 1 hour. I hope we've been able to do the little we plan to do as far as understanding agreement in mediation is concerned. When parties do not understand agreements, mediation cannot be said to have occurred. I thank you specially. Thank you for listening. Permit me to ask, do we have any question, observation, review, so that I can make way for a highly resourceful facilitator that will anchor the next session? Thank you so much. Mr. Nachang, over to you. I'm grateful. Mr. Nachang, please.
Thank you for that wonderful session. We cannot appreciate you enough. I have the authority of the governing, the chairman of the governing body to appreciate you specifically for creating time out of your busy schedule. I hope you will not miss your flight for the session you have arranged. We really appreciate you, sir. And we pray that God will give you the wisdom you need to be able to take care of the issue on ground. So we have looked at a very important aspect of ADR, which has to do with agreements in mediation. So quickly, before we go into questions, can you tell us the type of agreements that we have in mediation? The different agreements we have. Who can tell us? I was asking some because we don't have we will start and then as we are eating, we are taking care of some of the things instead of creating time. We have a lot of time because we have session and we have final session today. And we have our esteemed participation from the United States of America that we try to understand what is going on and here we she will take care of a very important aspect, principles of mediation, and she's together with another esteemed US-based mediator to be able to give us what we need for the session. So I don't want us to miss anything. With that, identify those important agreements and then permit me to serve you. Well, do I have your permission? Do I have? Huh? Yeah, please, my lord, my lord, your worship, please permit us to serve you when serving. Now, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Yeah, your worship, right now. I hope you bother me. Okay. So please, any question?
What about the virtual? Are you going to have a virtual serving?
Whether they can serve virtually. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so can somebody identify those aspects for us of the agreements before we proceed? Where is the other screen? Why are we having? I think. Let them sound. Can you hear Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you. We can hear you clearly. We can hear you virtually clearly. In fact, let me tell you, I can quote Ali Tote, one of the alcalis of the Upper Shada Court. So we can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you
If I
very
spot
much.
Madam.
Can you hear me now? All right, now. So, please comment questions. We have agreements, very important. Before you go into area, even when you want to comment the session, we learned about some of the agreements we need to have, right? Isn't it? So can we mention them? The agreements. Yes, sir. Identification. Yes, that's very important. But we're talking about the agreements in mediation. What are the agreements that we need to have in mediation? Yes. Okay. Yes, of course. Everything in mediation has to be voluntary. It has to be voluntary. Yes. What else? Types of agreements in mediation. Yes. What are the types of agreement you need to? Before you go into mediation, you need to have an agreement. Huh? You know, we have taken time to discuss a lot of them. You cannot. Can you hear us? Abby, can you hear? Hello, Abby, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? Then Chang, do you want me to get started? Then Chang, can you hear me?
Bluetooth mode.
Yeah.
Then Chang, it looks like everyone's enjoying their lunch. Should I come back in a little while to present?
Okay, um, okay, okay. Okay, so we have, before you start the process, you must have an agreement. When two people have disputes and they want to resolve it through mediation, there should be an agreement in place that they want to resolve through mediation. And one of the emphasis of the facilitator is the fact that you need to include these agreements in some of your transactions. They call it what? What do you call it? Yes, mediation clause is an agreement. Huh? There are different types of agreements now, and that's what we do. We get agreement. What are the types of agreements? Mediation. What are they? So before you start, at the commencement of a mediation, you can have an agreement, right? And in your transaction, let's say land transaction, business transaction, you can put a dispute resolution clause. That dispute resolution clause is an agreement in itself. That's one of the things that you should learn. I know you must have learned. That is what actually defines the type of area mechanism you want to explore in terms of disputes, right? So that is one thing. But does it mean that if you don't have a dispute resolution clause in your agreement and a dispute arises, does that mean you cannot resolve it through ADR? No, you can. You can, at the inception of a dispute, agree on the type of ADR mechanism you want to use. That's after. So you can have a dispute resolution agreement that is before or after a dispute has arisen. Yes. Are we together? Are we together? Yes, so we have to use this slide so that you can finish eating and let's utilize our time, right? Kathleen, bear with us. After this, it will be your session. I hope you are with us. So bear with us. Bear with us. Okay, so meanwhile, is there any question about this agreement? When you come before the mediator, before you start the session, which type of agreement do you enter or do you sign? Yes. Okay, question.
Mediation agreement. So first, what I say is, I think it better said those terms embedded or elements embedded in the mediation. I think that will help you have a look.
Dispute resolution clause in itself is an agreement, right? Isn't it? Then, when you come before the mediator, before you comment, you are going to sign something. It's an agreement that you have agreed voluntarily to. Yes, to partake in the process, it has its own content. Then, after you have reached, remember the process they say is non binding. When you reach an agreement, when you set the event right, you have what is called terms of settlement is an agreement. So there are different types. You understand? There is one that tells you the way to go when a dispute arises. It's an agreement. If you don't agree that you are going to resolve through mediation or arbitration and a dispute arises, you have to first of all sit down because you cannot just carry the other party or take the other party and say, let's go for mediation, whether he likes it or not. You have to discuss. If we want to go for arbitration, can we now have a drafted arbitration clause since we don't have it in our initial agreement? Right? That's dispute resolution clause. Right? It's supposed to be embedded in an agreement. As lawyers, when you are guiding people and they have agreement and they are preparing for those agreements, let them include it there in the event of dispute because dispute and conflict are always inevitable. Right? Then, when before you commence the process, you are supposed to sign agreement to mediate. Right? That I'm entering into this, I want to partake in the process. I will keep it confidential. Of course, I'm going to give my the mediator. This is how we're going to do. We're going to do this and that. It's an agreement, right? Because somebody will partake in the process at the end of it. They say, "But answer you do you ready? I change the energy."
I mean, so when you come before the mediator, you have to sign that to show that yes, so that your agreement will show that it was not something you are compelled. So if you have a terms of settlement, at the end of it, you say, yes, I'm going to pay. I will pay so time. You draft it down into a terms of settlement or a mediation, that's the conclusion. That's the end result of your mediation. And that is what is called terms of settlement or settlement agreement. Right? So that is what is binding. It is that one that you can take to court and say, we want it to be adopted as terms of settlement, as consent judgment between the parties. And when the court looks at it, they will call the first, maybe the plaintiff and the defendant. If that is the position, they say yes, it will be entered as well. Consent judgment. So you can see the agreement, the types. I just use types so that you understand. At the beginning, before the inception, after the inception of the dispute, when you are come to resolve the dispute before the mediator, and at the conclusion of the resolution, you have different agreements. Are we together? Yeah, there are different stages of agreement. One is that if dispute arise, I will take these steps. And if this will arise, you have not stated what you are going to do, that will be another problem, right? Okay. So, do we have questions? Okay, we do not have. Huh? Do we have? Okay, so briefly, I'll pass the mic. Just be telling us one after the other what you think you learned in this section before we go into the next. One important thing you think you have learned. Finish, pass it across to the other.
Types of agreement.
Okay, what are the types?
We have voluntary agreement, consent agreement, control agreement.
Okay. Types of.
Also learned that we have an agreement it is subjected to more than 1 minute. Wherever the agreement is made, this is what is documented. So we have to be very meticulous, be so clear, specific in communicating the issues of parties, even when we are growing up.
Okay, so the capacity that
we should always include the goal of writing agreement. We have to include not for mediation for
But not only including the mediation but should be voluntary, intentional, deliberate, because of the access of the strategy and all other features.
yes, I think I've learned that I draft
Writer should be neutral. That is neutrality. Just enjoy. Mediator should adopt himself during the process. Never take a life. Privilege should be based on the focus, the interests of the parties, not their position. So like that.
I've learned that finding on the part, in the part, and its
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
One thing I've learned is that even where parties do not have communication clause in their agreement, they can agree on one before proceeding to mediation.
Certainly.
I was saying, it should reflect the intention of parties. It's not something as we said, one of the elements should be voluntary. So the intention of parties is primary for a mediator. Where a mediation agreement does not reflect the intention of parties, then it has to be reviewed by the mediator. So the mediator should one take note of the fact that the mediation agreement should reflect the intention of parties. That is a win-win thing, not a win-lose. A win-win thing.
Okay.
Learned
Okay.
agreement when drafted should clear and unambiguous.
We didn't hear what you're saying.
The drafted agreement for mediation, the drafted agreement for mediation should be specific, clear, and unambiguous.
Very well. Okay.
We do not forget to include names of the parties, the addresses, and even signatures. But I have to say that we should not be drafting it. The process must not try to favor or but let's see what the parties agree that. Member should do this, responded to do this. We should not do it in such a way that in the face of a document, the respondent is favored.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, what I like from this session is that the primary consideration during the mediation, understanding the parties and understanding the subject matter of mediation and understanding the situation. Because all those things are very important in the mediation process. Number two, identifying the differences between what you want and what you need. Because you might want something, but you will know you will do nothing with that. In my understanding, there's the differences. But what you need is something that you can do something with it when you get it. So mediation, understanding the difference between what you want and what you need is very important because in mediation, the most important thing is what you need, not what you want. And I think I can stop here, not because I exhausted what I had.
All right, thank you.
From what we can deduce from the so-called presentation, that one of the factors to be considered when drafting agreement was peaceable impossibility of the terms of the agreement. At times, when the agreement is being drafted, a drafter should take cognizance with the impossibility of that agreement. If the agreement involves a third party who is not signatory to that agreement, or the agreement it was something that can contravene the law of the land, which is not being enforceable. When drafting such agreement, that is has to be avoided.
All right, so thank you very much for that. Kathleen, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much. We are very sorry. You know, Nigeria and the US is actually like 8 hours apart, and has waken up this early part of this training so that you can pass across. So please, can you introduce yourself? And before we continue, Kathleen is one. Kathleen is someone who is very, very passionate about media. And as I say, I used to be very passionate until I met Kathleen. She's very elderly. She has grown up children, but her passion for mediation is something I cannot just explain. And she has been there. She's one of our patrons in the Settlement House Media Training Institute, part of our faculty members, and she has been doing wonderfully well. Just briefly, Kathleen has been a teacher at the high school, if I'm correct. Kathleen, is it the high school? Yes, she has been a teacher for years before she has done teaching for mediation. So she has gone into mediation and she has resolved hundreds of cases, and she has a lot of experience. She practices mediation all over the United States of America, and her wisdom and knowledge in mediation is something that we all need to learn from. I will allow her to share briefly about herself, and she actually came along with a friend who is very, very willing and ready to also contribute to this conversation. So over to you, Kathleen. You can go ahead while your friend as well can share her thoughts. Thank you.
Well, thank you, my friend. It's a pleasure to be here, and I just wish many blessings upon Nigeria. And it's a pleasure to follow Samuel, such an esteemed speaker. And it was also a pleasure to hear your comments during your lunch. We call it a working lunch in the USA, where you eat and work at the same time. So it's a pleasure to be here. And I brought with me Daryl, who I'm going to have her introduce herself quickly. We are in a masterclass together every Monday for 13 weeks in the United States. So Daryl, if you'd like to come on to the camera and introduce yourself quickly. Daryl's going to be adding in comments as I teach. So, hi, Daryl. There you are.
Hi. I'm viewing from Iowa, and this is a pleasure to participate. So thank you, everyone. I'm really enjoying being part of this today.
And Daryl is a lawyer. If you can just tell us a little bit about yourself, Daryl, that would be great. To Nigeria, please.
Yes. And in fact, I'm a lawyer here in Iowa, and I work in litigation, and I do a lot of immigration law. And yes, and I'm just learning about the mediation process and hoping that once I've completed this course that Kathleen is one of the instructors for, I'd like to be getting some more experience in doing all kinds of mediation. So this is very exciting for me.
So thank you, Daryl. And as I said, Daryl is going to weigh in and add comments when I put up the teaching slide, and I appreciate it. Just interrupt me anytime. As you know, interruption is a mediator skill. Thank you so much. So Nanchung, would you, I guess the most important thing I'd like to say about myself to our esteemed audience today is the fact that I mediate both in court and private practice. And I bring experience since 2008 in both those venues to this program. So Nanchung, if you want me to get started, if you can make me the co-host, I will be sharing the screen and we will get started on the principles of mediation. And Samuel did such a nice job in helping us with the understanding the agreements of mediation, how concise they have to be, how precise they have to be, how these agreements are important to be absolutely expressing the interests of what people want, what they need, what they want, as we put those interests into written form. So with that being said, Nanchung, would you like me to begin? Let me just check one thing here. I'm getting a call. It might be from Nanchung on WhatsApp. One moment, everyone. Okay. All right, Nanchung, may I begin, please?
Please, you can go ahead.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Here we go.
Yes.
I have put the link to this Google presentation into the chat, and Nanchung, you can go ahead and share it with the group as well. And everyone's welcome to view this. So as we move from Samuel's wonderful discussion on understanding the agreements, let's back up a couple steps and find out, how do we even get to those agreements that express people's interests, that allow them to move forward in their lives with the do different, with a new future forward, a better future forward. And when we look at the principles of mediation, that's how we get to Samuel's agreement. These principles of facilitated mediation, which is at the base of all mediation, is facilitative that you heard Samuel mention. Facilitation means we give people an assist. It's like the other day, I'm from Los Angeles and Texas, and the other day there was a lady in the middle of the street of Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles, in a wheelchair, crossing traffic on a green light. I went behind her and pushed her wheelchair and gave her an assist to get across the street to the curb safely. This is what we do as mediators. We are giving people an assist. We are not judging them, as we'll talk about, as what Samuel already talked about as well. So to give people an assist, we have these principles, and a principle is a fundamental truth. It serves as a foundation for our system of conducting the mediation process. And we use this assist, these fundamental truths, to move people through a process to help them understand what they want. Because people come into mediation with all kinds of what they want and what they don't want. And what we're looking for, as Samuel described, as people's what they want, what they need, but what are we really looking for? We're looking for the authentic person. What is the authenticity of what's really what someone wants, what's really what someone needs, after we part the waves of all of the emotional situations that are happening because they are upset. So we're going to look at the principles of facilitative mediation, which is at the basis of all mediations, which when any mediation, commercial mediation, an evaluative mediation, when any mediation gets stuck, we use our facilitative principles to keep mediation moving, because mediation needs to move. The only way we can have people enter a mediation and leave with a written agreement is movement. People come in with meaning, we protect that meaning, but we also create new meaning for movement on the way to a new meaning that's in a written form of an agreement that Samuel talked about. And you can see how much there is into an agreement that's written down. So therefore, we have a lot to do as facilitative mediators with people at the table before we can write down the new, the do different, the new future forward, the new future with blessings and hope and peace, the new future forward for people. And this is where we are on the continuum in the legal process of every country in the world. There is a dispute resolution continuum. There are things that happen before court, before arbitration, before arguments get to the judge, the elder, the magistrate. And before a judge, an arbitrator, a third party that knows nothing about me, before they make a decision about my life and the person across the table from me, our lives, we have a process on the left of adjudication, on the left side of arbitration, where again, a third party arbitrator who doesn't even know me is making a decision. We have mediation, we have facilitation, we have negotiation, where parties sitting at your mediation table someday as mediators are having fully empowered conversations, being encouraged by the assist of the mediator to come to a decision of their own control, fully empowered decisions with fully empowered conversations. That's where we are as mediators. We sit there in the neutral spaces of their conflict, giving them an assist to help them find their authenticity and make real decisions that are really important to them, not that are being hidden by the conflict. So we undo all of this conflict as mediators, so people can think, because when people are upset, people cannot think. Mediation is an informal process, opposed to the formal process of court, where everyone can talk at the table, be upset at the table, present their information at the table, and lastly, talk at the table, give their narrative at the table. So we have these people that are somewhere upset in the world of being very upset, which is in the world of the conflict being fraught with emotion enough to upset someone. That's who comes to our mediation table. So they want to fight, they want to flee, they want to freeze and be numb, they want to overcomplement to provide relief to their stress, or sometimes after over 1,000 mediations as a mediator, sometimes out of over 1,000, 2 times, people have just collapsed because all of this stress is inside the body. And the body is a vessel, as you know, in beautiful Nigeria, with all of your spirituality, we are just a human vessel. And this vessel, we can only take so much stress. So people will collapse. People are also, because of the conflict, somewhere in stages of grief. They're in denial. I can't believe this conflict is happening to me and my family and the generations to my town. I am so angry about this conflict. I feel anger all the time inside. I'm talking angrily. This is not the authentic person. This is a person in the stages of shock or grief. And they begin to bargain with themselves. How can I make this better? Well, as mediators, we give that assist. We help them find out how to make this better. We acknowledge the depression at the mediation table. Seems like you're very sad right now as I'm hearing you talk to me as your mediator. Is that correct? As a mediator, you're not there on your own. You are there with your title. As your mediator, it seems like, sounds like, looks like, feels like. As your mediator, it seems like, sounds like, looks like, feels like. Is that correct? You're there with your mediation table. I often say when someone gets upset, don't worry, the mediation table is large enough to handle anything. making the mediation table a safe place for everyone to be themselves. I protect the culture of you, the person at my mediation table. I'm not going to try to change you. Mediation isn't changing people. People will change themselves at the mediation table if they want to be authentic and change themselves. Mediation is about what Samuel mentioned. People are deciding to come to an agreement at the mediation table, and they are giving a nod, a head nod, yes, a head nod, yes to this, yes to that, yes to this, maybe, and then yes. That's how we end up with the mediated agreement that Samuel spoke about, because mediation is about acceptance. I've heard your story. I understand better now what you're saying, how you feel, how this has negatively impacted your life. Therefore, I accept our new version of our life together with our mediated settlement agreement. This is who we have at our table. And because this is who we have at our table, we are chasing clarity. We are chasing the accuracy of all the people at the table. I've had as many as 9 people at my mediation table. I was chasing the clarity of what they were saying, what they were feeling. I was chasing the accuracy of what they said over here compared to their written documentation of all 9 at the same time. So as mediators, what are we doing? We are doing 4 things. Number 1, we are chasing the clarity and accuracy of the written information that we get at our table. And this is one of the principles of mediation. We pay attention to the written information that we receive. Number 2, we are chasing clarity and accuracy of the narrative, the words people are speaking at the mediation table. And we are taking notes while they're talking to us. We are writing things down. We are writing down their key points. I am writing so much down, and I am memorizing their keywords in my head as I'm writing. I'm memorizing some things. I'm writing some things. That's one of the principles of mediation. We pay attention. We're taking notes because we're going to now summarize what we heard people say, which is a principle of mediation. The third thing we're paying attention to in mediation is when the body language disagrees with the words. We are using all of our intelligence centers in us, which I'll talk about more later, to pay attention to when someone says, yes, Kathleen. They're saying yes with their word choice, but with their head nod and the lowering of their voice sounding disappointed. That doesn't sound like a yes to me. On a scale of 1 to 10, what is this yes for you right now? We pay attention to when the body language disagrees with the words. The science research says always believe the body language. So as the mediator, I'm going to be talking about that body language, that paraverbal, someone's pitch of their voice, the pace of their voice, the tenor of their voice matters at the mediation table. A yes for me as your mediator is yes, Kathleen. A yes with excitement, a yes with a head nod. That's a 10 out of 10 yes for me. Any other yes, yes, Kathleen. I guess so, Kathleen. I'm going to say, as your mediator, I just heard you say yes, but I'm wondering how much of a yes you just meant, because you lowered your voice and you turned your head to the side when you said yes. On a scale of 1 to 10, what is that yes for you just now, please? I'm going to get clarity about a yes. The fourth thing that I'm chasing clarity and accuracy about on the mediation table is the emotional outburst, the emotional tenor. As mediators, we're different than judges. We're different than arbitrators. We pay attention to when someone cries. It matters to us when someone's angry, and we clarify that sadness and that anger. We chase the accuracy and the clarity of that sadness and the anger. For this moment right now, how angry do you feel on a scale of 1 to 10? How upset are you right now? Right now is code for temporarily. That's what I'm really saying. But I'm acknowledging and I'm validating this temporary episode because right now I'm mediating the moment. So I'm there with my process. You're there with your title, your mediation process, and your table. So when someone gets mad at my mediation table, I say thank you very much for your willingness to be that genuine right now during the opening statement, the process at the mediation table. And as your mediator, this is what I heard you say. And on a scale of 1 to 10, how upset are you right now? And what do you need? This is what we're paying attention to as mediators because people are upset. We don't ignore that. Facilitative mediation, that's our superpower. We don't ignore anything. We summarize everything. If you blink your eyes at me 3 times, I may summarize that. That's the superpower of being a mediator, because being a mediator is different than being an arbitrator. It's different than being a judge, because judges and arbitrators ask questions, and lawyers ask questions you already know the answers to. As mediators, we ask questions, we have no idea what the answers are going to be. Therefore, we summarize and we tell you back what we heard. So let's move on in this slide deck, because at the end of the day, all we want for people in facilitative mediation is to have a conversation all around the table. That is the basis, the basic principle of facilitative mediation. Across the globe, mediation is about, it's voluntary for everyone, including the mediator. People take control of their lives and they voluntarily show up. A court-mandated mediation means you have to show up for the appointment. It usually doesn't mean you have to mediate. You have to show up for the appointment and maybe give it a try, but you can walk away in 2 minutes. Someone says, oh, the court forced me to be here. I don't want to be here. I've shown up for my appointment. Now I want to leave. It's voluntary. Across the globe, mediation C, confidential. In your part of the world, in most of Europe, all of the mediation is confidential, which means we don't talk about it, which means parties aren't allowed to talk about it. It's confidential to the mediation process. And then there's separate sessions, private sessions with you and the mediator in many places across the globe, where now I, as a mediator, have an extra layer of confidentiality. I have to get your permission to share anything with the other side. May I have your permission to share this? No, Kathleen, you cannot. Okay, thank you. May I have your permission to share this? Yes, you may. Okay, let me write it down. I'm going to write it down exactly word for word. Is this what you want me to share? Yes. And I read it back. Very important to protect confidentiality. The confidentiality of a mediator is similar to the confidentiality that a judge has. It is sacred ground. And for neutral, mediators, we sit within the space of the conflict. We are neutral, which means we don't favor any one mediation agreement, any decisions they make. We don't favor one over the other. We just simply clarify all of them to make sure that's what people want. And if we bring our brains to the table, we don't leave our brains behind. If we see something that doesn't make sense, we say so. As your mediator, it doesn't seem to me this makes sense yet. How do you see that working? Can you tell me more about why this is important to you? What does this agreement look like in real life? How are you going to walk it out as soon as you leave the mediation table? That's neutrality. And my neutrality also is I'm going to listen 110% to you on the left side of my table as I am to you on the right side of my table. I'm 100% neutral. I am all in for you and I'm all in for you. That's neutrality. Do we judge sometimes as a mediator? Yes. Our neutrality pendulum, as I call it, can swing because we bring our brains to the table. So if you find yourself judging, don't vilify yourself as a mediator. Trust yourself. Every mediator needs to find their style. Who you are is how you're going to mediate. Your confidence, what you already know you do well, you can bring that to the mediation table. And your Courage. The courage is your willingness to grow. The courage is your willingness to make mistakes and keep growing. The courage is for you to try something new in this mediation training. Maybe you don't like talking in front of people. Force yourself to talk in front of people in this mediation training at least 3 times. Courage. As a mediator, you need to have courage at your table because you're going to have to say something. You're going to have to note something. You're going to have to clarify something. You're going to have to summarize something that's difficult. When someone starts screaming at other people at your mediation table, you're going to have to handle that. That takes courage. As facilitative mediators, we don't pretend it doesn't happen. And we don't vilify either. Because if you say, oh, you're not following the rules over here, what's the other person thinking? They're thinking, oh, now the mediator likes me better because I'm following the mediator rules and this person isn't. We don't do that in facilitative mediation. We're neutral. So if you start to judge, allocate responsibility to yourself to make you more curious about that person. If you're biased to or against someone, for or against someone, prejudice for or against them, now you allocate responsibility to ask more questions of them. That's how you maintain your neutrality at the mediation table. And you'll see your neutral pendulum will start to rest, be in the middle where it belongs once you know more. Lastly, SD, mediation, is about self-determination. Parties make decisions about their lives at the table, not us. There's no third party arbitrator or judge to make a decision for them at the mediation table. There's just us. We attach ourselves to people. We don't attach ourselves to legal documents first. We don't attach ourselves to arbitration contracts first. We attach ourselves to people first. Documentation second, leading them to a fully empowered settlement agreement at the end of our process. We are as mediators, and the process is, the principles of mediation are voluntary, confidential, neutrality, self-determination across the globe. And then we have other principles besides being voluntary for everyone, including ourselves. Besides having the self-determination, they're in control of our decisions. We are in control of our process. I just heard a story the other day where a mediator gave up control of the process to a very powerful defense attorney who decided he did not want to have any opening statements. I'm listening to this story and I'm going, oh my goodness, because for me as a mediator at that table, that would have never happened. For me as a mediator, when I have attorneys coming in and telling me how to run my process, no. Mediators are in control of your process, which is what Samuel just told you. We're in control of the process. We don't let someone obstruct or hijack our mediation process because we know it works. Because we know that everyone's allowed to have a fully empowered access to the mediation process. So the opening statement of the mediation process, if that's going to be limited by a lawyer that doesn't want it, it is basically putting a stranglehold on the very beginning of the mediation process. The opening statements of parties at the table is an important first step. That counsel, that mediator allowed that defense counsel to run his process. There was no opening statements of either party. And guess what happened? The mediation didn't settle, and that hotshot defense attorney went to court and lost his case in court. And I thought to myself, oh, well, that's kind of the results of what I expected to have happen. So as mediators, we're not poking fun at this defense attorney. We will not allow our beautiful process to be hijacked by someone who doesn't know better. We are the mediator. We run the process. We're in control. Our process is without prejudice. Even the personal prejudice of a lawyer that comes in and wants to hijack our process, wants to obstruct our process, has some kind of manipulative strategy. We are without prejudice. And so is everything at the table. People have the power to make decisions without contacting anyone else. Do you have the full power and authority? It's not do you have the full power and authority, it's do you have the full power and authority without contacting anyone else. That's a principle of mediation. All the authority figures are at the table. Not anyone over top of the table that has the power and the influence, a stakeholder, a board member, that the person at the table has to talk to. We need to find that out in the beginning of our mediation process. That's one of our principles. Are you sitting here with full authority? And if your authority is capped off, I need to know, where do we go next? Who do I call? Who do we contact? When do we reschedule our second mediation after we've heard back from this authority figure that's not at the table? A mediation is non-binding until the agreement's signed. We can talk about everything until the agreement's signed. It's all open forum. It's like Texas, the wild, wild west. It's all a discussion. It's without prejudice in court as well. In court, you're not supposed to be talking about what happened in the mediation. Sometimes judges in the United States ask the lawyer, I'm not going to answer that question. I'm going to say, Your Honor, you know that I can't disclose what happened in the mediation. But sometimes lawyers do because the judges ask. Well, they shouldn't be asking. And mediation is also about psychological safety. I protect the culture of everyone at the table. I'm not trying to change you. I'm trying to find out if you want to empower yourself by coming to a fully informed agreement with all the other people at the table. Is this the authenticity of what you're willing to do? I'm clarifying all of that. This is what we're doing at the mediation table. And a couple of Samuel's slides alluded to this as well. Look at the great divide between people that are trying to shout out to each other. We are helping them. We are putting the microscope on what they're saying, what their paperwork is reading, how they're saying it, the emotional tone in their voice, and if their body is agreeing with what they're saying. The body keeps score. Have you ever talked to someone that when they're talking to certain words, they lower their eyes? That's the body talking. We don't know why. As a mediator, I'm chasing with my microscope the clarity and accuracy of all of what's happening, those four things at the table. Again, the written documentation. Again, the narrative, which is a life force, like breathing, like blood flow. People need to speak their minds at the mediation table. I'm chasing the clarity again of the body language disagreeing with the words, and I'm chasing the clarity of the emotional outburst, the emotional tenor at the table. That's what we do as mediators. And to do that, we need to have particular qualities that are becoming the principles of us within the principles of the mediation table. And what are these qualities? It's you finding your style, your confidence, and your courage. It's you using humor. One of the reasons I love to train with all of you in Nigeria, you're constantly laughing and smiling and joking about something. It's so unlike the United States culture. And I just sit back and I just enjoy myself because of your humor. We need to have patience. Again, in Nigeria, all kinds of things are interrupting our presentations. And across the world in India, where I teach a lot as well, but we're patient. Excuse me. We're patient. We need to take notes. Your paperwork as a mediator needs to be organized. When you ask a question and when that person answers you, you are summarizing our superpower back to people what you heard. We are proving as mediators that we just heard what they said. We are proving to them, which is validating, which feels so honoring, which is so non-judgmental, which is allowing them to correct themselves, which is psychological safety, because they can correct themselves. When I worked for my judges in Boston, Massachusetts, my 6 judges for 2 years, the judge didn't say, would you like to correct yourself? The judge didn't really, there's no room for that typically in court. In mediation, there is. People can correct themselves, can change their mind and say, oh, Kathleen, I didn't mean that word anger. I meant I'm just really frustrated. As mediators, we need to learn to interrupt. That's why I invited Daryl. Daryl, please weigh in, please interrupt, because mediators, we need to learn to interrupt when it's important for us to interrupt. We interrupt in the middle of the space It's called the switching pause. After every word, there's a space. At the end of every sentence, there's a space. Right now, as I'm talking slowly and not so fast, there's lots of spaces for Daryl to interrupt me. If I talk more competitively like this, there's not so much space for Daryl to interrupt me. She's going to have to wait for me to take a breath before she can interrupt me. So we learn to interrupt. We have an inviting personality. Hopefully, you're all resonating with me as your mediator trainer, because something about me is inviting. Because inside of us, we have mirroring genes. We can't help it. We either resonate toward people, or we resonate away from people, or to and away, back and forth. It's just our human biology that we can't control. We need to be able to draft agreements like what Samuel talked about. Very concise. Everything's figured out. The date, the time, the when, the how, the where. We need to summarize accurately. When people talk to us, we say, thank you very much for what you just said. I'm going to summarize back what I think I heard you say. And we do it. And then we say, is that correct? Is that accurate? Judges and arbitrators don't do that. We do that as mediators at the table. So we have to acquire skills as mediators, and we have to learn to layer them. When I'm talking to you like this, and I'm nodding my head, and I'm looking right at you, I'm layering my skills. I'm looking right at you, I'm nodding my head, and I'm talking. Those are 3 skills, all at the same time. So we acquire and we layer skills as mediators. We also, again, are checking with our style, our confidence, and our courage. We're checking the clarity and accuracy of the written information, the narrative, the body language, the emotional tenor, and we're running a process. So sometimes I might say, excuse me, Daryl, I just heard you say this, and it seems like you're upset. Is that correct? And could you please tell me, thank you, Daryl, for nodding your head that you are upset. Could you please tell me more about being upset? See my neutral words, hear my vocabulary. Mediators, we need to memorize, we need to take notes, and we need neutral vocabulary as we run our process. So because of that, the first thing we do as mediators is we fully know ourselves. That takes EQ, IQ, SQ, RQ. EQ is our emotional intelligence. How do we even get to emotional intelligence? Well, there's 3 ways to get to it. In your own body, you have 3 intelligence centers. You have your brain, left brain pragmatic, right brain creative intuitive. We use that for emotional intelligence. You have your heart. Hope deferred makes the heart sick. Your heart is an active intelligence center. I can feel compassion of what people are saying in my heart. It starts to grow, and I will notice it in my heart, and then I'll stop and say, excuse me, Daryl, it seems to me, seems like, sounds like, looks like, feels like, it seems to me as your mediator that this situation is getting increasingly worse for you. Is that correct? Do you hear the curiosity in my voice as I layer my question with my question and my tone of voice, my pitch? Is that correct, Daryl? With curiosity in my voice? So your heart has emotional intelligence. And then you have your gut, your solar plexus. Gut instinct is real. Gut instinct is different than heart, because a gut instinct is bam, it's that quick. Oh, I understand what's going on here. I know what to ask. I know, for instance, in a mediation that I did in Massachusetts, where one of the parents was sexually abusing their 15-year-old daughter. And when I listened to the opening narratives of both the parents, and I'm like, oh, I know what question to ask. Because at the mediation table, it was all about the safety for the daughter. How is she safe? How is she safe? How is she safe? And all of a sudden, my gut instinct went, bam, I know the question to ask. You know what the question I asked one of the parents was? If your daughter talks about this in school, how are you safe? And the parent went, oh my gosh, I guess I'm not. That mediation settled in 10 minutes because of that one question that my gut instinct intelligence sent to my brain. Your SQ is your ability Your IQ, excuse me, is your ability to use your own intelligence. You bring your brain to the mediation table. Any question you have in your brain of doubt, any thoughts you have in your brain of judgment, any of them, you turn it into a question at your mediation table. So as your mediator, may I ask you a question? Thank you. So my question is this: how is this going to be working for you based on what I've heard you say about this? That's your IQ working at your mediation table. Your SQ is your awareness of the social roles that people play at your mediation table, the social IQ. People at the mediation table, they're playing roles just because they're there in a group. They're not being authentically themselves, they're playing a role. Look up the drama triangle: persecutor, victim, enabler. Those are roles people play at the table because they're under stress, because they're upset. This is social intelligence. RQ is the newest one out. It's resiliency intelligence. When life stomps on your face, how do you bounce back in Nigeria? When bad things happen in Nigeria, how do you bounce back with hope and faith and love in your life? Love, hope and faith and love in your community, hope and faith and love in your family. How do you bounce back? So as mediators, we're aware of resiliency and that people need to have that at our table. And we build that into our process. And you will do that as much EQ, IQ, SQ, RQ, as much as your own style, your own confidence, and your own courage. Because mediation is all of this. It's pragmatic, it's insightful. As you as the mediator, it's intuitive, it's organic, both as the process and you as your skill sets. So we make mistakes as new mediators and we grow, and our competency increases as we practice our skills at the table, and you can get to the mastery level. Me explaining mediation and training now after over 1,000 mediations, my boots on the ground in court and private practice, is way different. I couldn't have taught this at all after my first 3 months of mediating. I didn't have the capacity. My competency has grown, and I'm at the mastery level at a lot of these skills, and you can be at the mastery level as well. And maybe you already are, with your own abilities that you bring to the table, with your own confidence of your life skill sets already. But this is what we're doing. We're doing a lot. 25 balls in the air, not one of them is dropping to the ground, is how I like to say, because it's true. So we educate ourselves. We chase down these great authors. Daniel Goleman is a wonderful author to understand about EQ and SQ and RQ. We read and then we practice it at our table. We try it. We take a courage step and we do something different. When after my first week in mediating, a woman screams at me from the end of the table, "Kathleen, I don't like this mediation. It's not the normal kind of mediation. This feels like therapy." And I am a new mediator and I froze inside for a moment. But how do we buy time as mediators? We say, thank you for what you just said. Gratitude. Let me make sure that I heard what you just said. Summarizing. I'm buying myself time to calm down, but I'm also clarifying and getting the accuracy on the table. And then I took her back to the beginning of the process. Remember, I said you're with your process. And I allocated responsibility to her. And I see how I'm pointing my finger. At the beginning of this mediation, you said you wanted to talk about communication skills. Is that still correct? And you don't have to if you don't want to. And I'm scared to death because it's the first time I ever had to do it. And she looked at me and she said, yes, I want to. And she kind of went like this with her head. Do you know why she screamed at me? She screamed at me because I said in the beginning of the mediation, one of the principles of the mediator, I said, I'm neutral. I'm here to assist. I'm here to help you. I'm here to facilitate this process. I have made myself the safest person at the table. There were 6 people there, by the way. I just made myself the safest person at that table. That's why when she tipped over, because the clarity and accuracy of the mediation, was revealing that she was not the good communicator. Her husband was the better communicator. She was the one that was messing up the communication. She tipped over and discharged her emotion at the table. And she said, no, I'd like to keep talking about that. And I said, okay, thank you. And we kept on going. And after the mediation was over, she came up and put her arms around me, hugged me, and said, I apologize, Kathleen. And I said, oh, don't worry. It happens all the time. Do you see how I let her off the hook? That's my neutrality of not vilifying the culture of someone being emotional at the table, even blaming me unnecessarily. That's my neutrality. I've got my back because I've got my IQ, my EQ, my SQ, my RQ in place for myself first. And then for the table second. So we read on things. We take our beautiful culture of Nigeria, the peace and all of that, and we bring it with us to the mediation table. We also can take surveys. You can go on Google and you can find out, what are you like? What is your personality like under war and under peace? Under calm and under storm in your own life? How do you act? And learning to become a mediator with mediator skills will change you. You do not have to be the own defense attorney of your own life when someone tells you that you're doing something wrong. You do not have to defend yourself right away. You can say, thank you very much for being willing to be that honest with me. This is the spirit of mediation. This is the culture of mediation. And let me make sure I heard what you said to me. And is there anything else you want to tell me right now? These are mediator skills activated within your personal life. So as Samuel mentioned, the conflict is lessened. You have skills to get like hot knife through butter, through conflict in your own lives. This is very skills you use at the mediation table for other people. You bring them into your own life, and it's changing you as a person in your own personal life for a better life. So you can take these surveys and find out, what style do you have? What does your personality style do under conflict? Is it the same you under calm in your life? When you have peace in your life, when you have calm, are you the same person? No? Yes? You can find out about you. And then when you recognize these qualities, you recognize them across the table from you as well. So you can take these great surveys. I think the most important thing is I move to the end of the slide deck with Daryl, and I'm going to open it up for Daryl to make comments at the end. I think the most important thing that I've learned as a mediator is this next slide. How does someone process, perceive, and order information? How do they think at my table? And my friend Tony Gregor did this, and I have a link at the bottom of the slide. I believe I do anyway. And he taught me this way back in Atlanta when I first trained in Atlanta, Georgia, back in 2008. And I had 33 people fighting with a mediation center that was in 5 different courts, and all these volunteer mediators were fighting. And the director came to me, she goes, Kathleen, can you please fix this? And I went, what's going on? She said, everyone's fighting. They all have different personalities. And I said, people are allowed to have different personalities. What are you talking about? And I said, the problem is they don't know how each other thinks. Therefore, it's causing confusion and competition and lack of safety, unpredictability, unknown. So you can take this test to find out how you think, how your wife thinks, how your children think. Everyone can take the test. I gave this to my daughters. We all took it. It's so fun to find out how someone processes, perceives, and orders information. There's 4 different ways that people are either usually have 2 highlights in 2 of the areas. Some people are all 4, almost the same. Some people are 1. Once you know how you think, you recognize the other styles at your mediation table. So sorry about that. You recognize the other styles as well at your mediation table, because people can be very pragmatic They can be order information in an abstract sequential way. They're sequential, but they're abstract. They can be extremely pragmatic and be concrete sequential. Concrete, I need real data in front of my face, and I need to think step by step by step at a time. I'm a concrete random, is my highest category. I need information, but I could come up creatively with 13 solutions in 2 seconds for people at my table in my own head. I randomly can grab all kinds of solutions in my own head as I'm mediating. I randomly can pivot off of a conflict and say, hey, why don't we work on another agenda item? This seems to be stuck here right now. I randomly can mediate in the moment when someone becomes upset. It's good for us to know how we process and order information at our table. So I'm almost getting ready to any questions or comments anyone wants to make, but Daryl, if you have a few things to say, I'd like you to go ahead and weigh in here, please.
Yeah, so I mean, I second everything that you have shared, and what I've taken from hearing you speak before, and what I've learned is how important as a mediator listening is, and hearing what everyone is sharing at the mediation table. So in order to, like you said, in order to be neutral and facilitative, it's so, important to very much hear what's being said, respectfully processing that, and like I said, slowing down, and really letting myself interpret what I'm hearing, and then rephrasing that, reassuring myself and all the people at the table that I've heard properly, so that we can then communicate and come to a resolution that we all can agree upon. So I think the way you've kind of shared the emotional and the different sort of types of personalities that we have, we are all different. We all come in with our background, our experience, our culture. But what happens in the mediation is that we're able to respectfully listen to one another and gain a new understanding. And then hopefully through that cooperation and kind of that safe, neutral environment that we've created, that we can come to an agreement. And that's the beauty of the process, that everyone is in it together, hearing one another, being able to respect one another even through disagreement. And it's an amazing process.
Yes, thank you, Daryl. And remember, as mediators, our superpower, make no mistake, our superpower is in summarizing. We can reiterate, summarize. We can say back the exact words that people said to us. We can paraphrase, as Daryl mentioned, but we are proving to people that we heard what they said to us all the time, from the beginning of the mediation to the end of the meeting. That's a principle of mediation. We hear you and we prove that we hear you. And that's how the emotional tenor starts to die down, because people feel validated. Even when someone gets upset at the table, we are still hearing them. We are not in the disposal business in facilitated mediation. We don't dispose of people and put them in cages because of the fact they didn't behave properly at our table and they got upset and yelled. That's not what we're here for in facilitated mediation. We're here to say, thank you for being willing to be that honest. Let me make sure that I heard what you just said right now. But then we're going to turn to the other people at the table and we're going to say, how is that for you to hear right now? And they're going to tell us, and we're going to summarize. So this facilitative process of honor at the table is the superpower of being a mediator. With that being said, I think I'm done. Does anyone have any questions or comments? As I look around the room there. Yan Chung, are you with us?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. So, thank you very much for this exciting session. We know that the principles of mediation are the things that mediation must take very, very serious. My Lord, Justice CD, you're welcome at least within your feet. Thank you very much. So, it's a very important aspect of the training. So, please, if you have questions, principles of mediation, don't go out of this place without understanding what they are. Admin, the national trainer when it comes to mediation, trains all over the world, in India, Nigeria, all over. So, please, sure you ask the questions. Any questions? Any questions? Yeah. We understand. Okay. And the all understood. So, I think you are free to ask the questions. Since they all understood your presentation.
I think I'm hearing you say that there are no questions. Is that correct? Are there any comments or wonderments or challenges? Anything you don't believe me?
Okay, so who can mention some of the principles? What are the principles of that you have learned? So one after the other, we're going to just mention one and pass it across. One principle of mediation that you have learned.
I heard something about the principles of mediation. And remember, those principles are within the mediation, but they're also within us. It's like the story about the lawyer that came in and did away with the opening statements. We are loyal to the culture of mediation. We are loyal to those principles. We are loyal to the spirit of mediation, where everyone can have a fully empowered conversation. There are some cultures where even the United States as well, where everyone is not fully empowered in society. We have to be careful what we do at the mediation table, because people leave the mediation table and have to go live out life in their real life. So those settlement agreements that Samuel was talking about, they have to be culturally appropriate as well. So we need to make sure that we're protecting our culture, we're protecting the spirit of the mediation, but we're also protecting the culture of where we are mediating as well.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you very much. So please, can you mention one after the other so that let's know that we have successfully achieved our goal for today? Can you hear? Kathleen?
Yeah.
Can you hear what she said?
No, I can't hear. You have to repeat the question or comment.
Yes, I asked the question. Since they all understood what you have taught, I now ask them to share their thoughts or mention some of the principles of mediation you have taught. So that's what they are doing.
Yeah, the principles across the globe, the voluntary, the neutrality, the confidentiality, the self-determination, control over decisions that parties have, we protect all of those at the table.
So, yes, I want you to tell us neutrality, as you mentioned. What do you understand by neutrality? They are the one answering.
My strategy as a mediator, Nang Chung?
The participants will tell us what they understand by this principle of mediation. Principle of mediation. One of them mentioned neutrality. Yes, so we just want the participants to share their thoughts as we conclude the session. Can you hear me?
I can't hear all of what you're saying. I heard about something about a strategy. My strategy as a mediator is to never look forward. I never try to figure out what people want to put in their agreement. My strategy as a mediator is to be shoulder to shoulder, closer than a brother, with what people are saying and what they want at the table, just fully clarifying that. If I do my strategy, if I do each little thing well, the settlement agreement will take care of itself. So I focus on staying 100% fully present with people, and then we make our way to an agenda, and then the agenda becomes a steering wheel for the settlement agreement, and the agenda items get written down into the settlement agreement. So if you're asking me about a strategy as a mediator, that's how I conduct my mediation process. It's very difficult to hear you, my friend. Yanchang, I heard my name. Oh, go ahead. Is it Kadi? I see your hand raised. Please ask a question.
Well, mine is a comment, not a question. Before I make my comment,
thank you.
I want to thank you for a well-presented paper on mediation, which discusses the clear principles of mediation, how it's been done, and how it's expected to be done by parties, and what also is expected of a mediator. I think what Nathan was trying to say, I think he's trying to ask the participants on the principle of neutrality in mediation, and that was his question. And his question was not my thought, from what I heard, it's not addressed to you. I think it's addressed to the participants. And specifically, if I got your question, Nathan, correctly, on the issue of neutrality from the presentation just made now, is you as a mediator, you're supposed to know that you are not having a side. That is, you are not for one side and against the other, but you try to make sure you give them the confidence that you are neutral and you are for them, and you are trying to help them reach an agreement, not you giving them the agreement or giving them the terms that you so wish, but what they specifically want and which is going to be agreeable to all of them, that they can live and happily understand that they have solved their conflict. I think that was the question you were trying to ask the participant, if I am right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that very much. My style of handling neutrality is I prove neutrality. I prove it by paying 100% attention to each person. I prove it by summarizing everything that I've heard them say. I prove it by saying, am I correct? I prove it by saying, is there anything else? I prove it by saying, is this the agreement that you want to agree to? I prove it by saying, is this the offer that you want to make? I don't talk about my neutrality. Only one time do I mention it. I prove it. And the way that you prove your neutrality is that you're 100% all in for every person at your mediation table. You have their interest, 100% interest in your mind, because mediation is a process of loving kindness. You put your life on the back burner and you're paying attention to everyone at your table. 100% to you. Everyone gets 100% of me, the mediator. That's neutrality. And when I explain clearly what you've told me, that's neutrality. I'm not leaving something out because I've decided it's too hard to talk about. That's not neutrality at all. Neutrality is I'm going to talk about everything you just talked about with me. So neutrality gets proven and people feel it because justice has a feeling at the mediation table as well. And me paying 100% attention to you has a feeling. And when I say things that you said to me, it's validating. That's neutrality. Me not caring about, I don't care about the mediated agreement. I have a very high agreement rate in the high 90s settlement rate, and I don't care. People get there on their own because of my neutrality, because of my validating, because of my brain saying, are you sure this is going to work? It doesn't seem like this will work. Can you tell me how this is going to work? That's how we get to the end of the process, by being fully 100% present with our neutrality with each person. So for me, neutrality gets proven by my attention, 100% attention, 100% attention, 100% attention. That's me proving my neutrality. That's my style. I've never had anyone tell me, Kathleen, you're biased. How can they? I'm paying 100% attention to them, and then to them, and then to that person, and then to that person. And I'm reiterating their words. I'm literally repeating their own words back because their words have meaning, because I don't want to make a mistake, because I want to capture 100% accuracy. So that's how I prove my neutrality at the table. So I hope I answered the question that I didn't hear. Anything else, Anchang, before I leave?
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time and your efforts. I hope you can hear me.
Thank you, my friend. Everyone have a wonderful rest of your day and enjoy this amazing training. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Much love.
All right. I want to especially appreciate the participants for sitting from morning to this time around. I hope that your time has not been wasted. This is 4 o'clock. We are supposed to have a practical session. And because we have people who are coming all the way from Zaria, we want to just give one or two instructions and close the session for today. Settlement House training is designed
Bluetooth
so settlement house training actually arranged and packaged in such a way that everyone should be able to gather enough experience, understanding that is needed for the understanding that is needed to become an API practitioner. So we have looked at, who can remind us today, the topics we have looked at today are 1, Adam. Okay, we have looked at API. Yes, it's one of them. The first one was what? General overview of the API process, and we have looked at API mechanisms right? The ADR spectrums. We have looked at why mediation works. We have looked at the history of ADR. We have seen the first multi-door courthouse in West Africa, the ADR Center, which is Kaduna State multi-door courthouse. Don't mind me, I'm a teacher, certified teacher, so when we teach, we summarize so that you have something to take home, right? And then before we start teaching also, we also make sure that we carry along till where I'm starting from. So as it is, we have looked at the overview. We have looked at the advantages why we should go for mediation. And we have looked at the various types of mediation that you can actually engage in, right? And then, right? Pardon? Yeah, so we now went further to look at the types of agreements you can have in a mediation session. Say before you commence a mediation session, there should be a dispute resolution clause. But if you don't have the dispute resolution clause in your agreement, that doesn't mean you cannot resolve the matter, right? So, having said that, we said that these dispute resolution clauses are supposed to be in our agreement, in our business agreement, maybe landed document, landed property document, tenancy agreement, all agreements, especially for lawyers. Once you are drafting any agreement, even if it is, I want to give you my bike or my keke to work with it for 1 month, to be supplying, giving me maybe 10,000 naira per week. Write it, put a dispute resolution clause there. You know what you are doing? You are creating a work for yourself, and you are helping the party so that in a business transaction like that, you will not just rush into the court and get your business hooked up. There, are we together? So, one of the interesting things about Africa, especially Nigeria, is the fact that we have a very big system of dispute resolution. Are we together? Now, there is nobody serious-minded businessman who will want to come and invest in a country where they don't have an established big means of resolution of dispute. Isn't it? That's why you see Nigeria is struggling. You have people who want to come and establish big companies to give us light, to invest into our economy. But assuming they do that with the type of issues of corruption, issues here and there, something happens. How will they resolve it? They go to the court system that we are even losing faith in. It's not, it's pathetic. But as a mediator in the making, you can help. Now, as a judge that you have attended this training, you can help because you have seen the laws that have empowered you and given you the backing to help people resolve their disputes. By the time people go to the court and they see that matters are resolved amicably, they will know that yes, if I go into a business, even if it is a loan transaction, I collected a facility and there is a dispute, they can quickly resolve it. Right? So we have a situation in our hands, and that's why you see we make every effort to ensure that we have these trainings by all means possible, so that people can actually be equipped with the necessary skills to make our society a better place. So when people come into Africa to invest and they see that they can resolve their dispute through mediation and arbitration, as sure, you hardly see them in court. Isn't it? You hardly see them. What do? They have well-crafted ADR or dispute resolution clauses in their agreement. And most times you see they will They will include it and say the seat or the place where they are going to do their arbitration will be either London or Lagos or some of those other countries, Singapore, because of the good enabling environment they have there, the enabling laws that are actually effective. So I'm talking to you as esteemed and highly prestigious judicial officers that you have a role to play in helping our society, in helping our economy. By the way, when people go and resolve, they bring it back to your court, you endorse it as terms of what consent judgment. And you see the good thing about it, you cannot appeal it, isn't it? That is all. And before you can appeal it, you pass through a lot of issues. So why can't that be? Now, when you have situations where people are calling out to say, no, they are bribing these judges, they are not giving right decisions, why can't the parties be guided to take the decision by themselves? I don't know if you get me. And when they take the decision, they bring it before you endorse it. That is all. That matter has been brought to an end. The matter that has spent 30-something years in the Court of Appeal has been resolved within the space of hours. Through mediation. The Supreme Court now has a mediation center. The Court of Appeal has a mediation center. The High Court has what? Multiple court houses, area centers, right? And the National Industrial Court has an area center. So you can see that India is actually coming to take the place. As lawyers, we should position ourselves in such a way that we can move along with the trade. You will begin to see the difference between those who are acquainted with India and those who are not. Because people are tired of litigation, are tired of having their assets, their rights and liability tied down in court. Now, some of you are judges, as much as you are willing to help resolve the matters, how many cases do you have in your process? In a day? How many? Some more than 10, and some listed for hearing. Some for cross-examination, some for continuation of hearing. And do you know that you use your hand to take all the notes from the beginning to the end? If you see outside, as you are talking like this, it's being recorded. It's being transcribed. So you can just listen to something and take decision there and then. Have you not paid the money to help, the judicial system to bring you some of these gadgets? They are there, but it is not working. So it is our long hands we use to take notes. 10 cases every day. You must have cases for like 4 days. And every day, people are bringing in cases. Cases who are in court already, it's not as if you take just 1 week to dispose them. Sometimes you have to make research, sometimes you make rulings, sometimes you make judgments. So the workload is plenty. It will do you well if you know matters to review by your expertise at the end of this training. You'll be able to say this matter can be resolved. And you can invite them to go to the multiple court house to ask them, get a law that empowers you to do it. Right? You will help yourself and reduce the load. You cannot be entertaining landlord and tenant issue in the court and you come and go to full-blown trial and you now come and be addressing the court. Then you take time for judgment and you have to go and sit down and start writing judgment, passing through lawyers' arguments. Well, at the end of it, you just say, you budget, I give you so period of time, pay your outstanding. You can see. Are we together? Are we together? So this is why we say Mediation is very, very important. And these agreements are there. Dispute resolution clause. Then when you come to the agreement table, you have what is called agreement to mediate. Right before the mediator, which you sign to show that you are committed. It's not as if they force you. Then if you are able to resolve your differences and your matters at the end of it, You have what is called settlement agreement, terms of settlement. It is those terms of settlement or mediation, mediated agreement that you now take before the court, if you so wish, to before the courthouse, for it to be endorsed or adopted as consent judgment. You don't to help any party, help them to get a consent judgment. You are past that stage. You are past it for. Then, aside from that, we now looked at what? The last thing we looked at is principles of mediation. And one is what? Neutrality, confidentiality, self-determination. Huh? Yes. Neutrality, you have to be what? Neutral. When they say the woman slapped the husband, and as a mediator, what? The moment you make that exclamation, you know you have spoiled everything. The woman can never be comfortable being before you because she will feel that you are biased. Isn't it? So you have to help the parties at all times believe that you are what? Neutral. You are not for this person or for this person. You are just in the middle, helping them and having the interest of both of them at hand. Are we together? What else? Confidentiality. Yes. Now you see, the issue of self-determination is dependent on the parties. They are the one who determine the process, they determine who, they determine which type, right? They even determine how much they will pay. They also determine the time duration they want the matter to be resolved. You understand? Because you can be appointed as a mediator and say, please, we want to be sitting day by day until the matter is resolved. Can you do that in the court? No, because the judge is even engaged. But since you are appointing a mediator and you tell him this is your term, you agree. He has to agree or you look for another person. Are we together? Confidentiality. You see, when you go to the courtroom, parties, non-parties, everybody enters there. But sensitive matters, we say, we hear it in camera. Isn't it? But they can summon your record. They can appeal against it. They can apply for judicial review. They can ask for certified true copies. So they are not public. So imagine you have some dirty laundries that happen in your house and you are before the court. If you watch divorce proceedings, if you hear the kind of things that people say in order to establish that the marriage has broken down irretrievably, are these not matters that can be resolved confidentially between the parties and then afterwards you can bring your attempt? Nobody will ask you what transpired in the process. Nobody will ask what is the main issue. You can only say, okay, this child is going to go and stay with his father. This child is going to stay with his mother. This child will go to social school. No court will be asking you, what is the problem? Why do you want to do these things? No. So all the things you have done are confidential. It's only the result that you took to the court. The record itself is confidential. Even if they're asking the multi-door callers to bring reports, the process and the things that are discussed by the parties cannot be summoned. In fact, the mediator himself, according to the new law, cannot be called upon. In fact, he has immunity, according to the new law. And you cannot sue him except on certain exceptional grounds. So you can see the covering. Confidential is self-determination is there, right? What else? Those are it. Those are the principles, right? How many? Four basic principles of mediation. And as a mediator, you must ensure at all times. Yes. So as a mediator, this is your guiding principle. You know, our pastors, elders, and the rest help mediation. If you don't follow professional principles, right? So then you as a professional,
what you are doing, you want to do it in a professional capacity, so that they can appoint you now to represent Nigeria in another country. You will not go and be doing the way you are doing, somewhere. You understand what these things are. I've attended one of the sessions that one of the people was using the people to write. Yes. Then you say, look at the way you're looking at it. So you can see his life of proper training. Are we together? So these are the things that we need to do. We are professionals. And when you go out there and you have opportunity, you know that you have undergone in training. What we are doing is skill enhancement. Some of you may have the natural ability already to help people resolve. But you see, some of these things we are teaching you are some of the things you can use in the session. You come to a place where you use focusing, all the things you get to know so that you know how to make use of this real life situation. And as judges, you can do so much good. You have the power. You know that if you tell parties, well, please go and enjoy yourself, they will call their client here, and my Lord has stated to the worship and they will go and travel with it. Be committed to the settlement. So what happened? You are getting, in fact, we have small claims now. And they establish in Kaduna. This place value, just go intervene, this and that. So if you are privileged to be appointed, you can resolve matters here and there. What is the problem? My money, how much? Is it true? Yes. When are you going to pay me? When I collect my no, I have goods. Will you collect goods? Say yes. Straightforward. Right? But if you do that in a proper court session, they say the judge is descending into the arena of the conflict. So you can see these things are there around us. And my earnest desire and prayer. And that is why we are making all these efforts to ensure that we have done our part and contribute to the growth and development of our legal system. When it works out fine, all of us. Are we together? With that being said, we will not go into practical today, but every day we have practical sessions. That's the way our training. So after the training for tomorrow, we're going to have a practical session. Are we together? You have a practical session for session. You divide into groups. You serve as a mediator. You serve as a party. We are going to send you this information that will send your group to it. If you are not on WhatsApp, please get from the information from the friend. Send read it ahead of time. The first one we are going to do is tomorrow. Read it so that you will see how this can feel. Some of this we are saying you understand. It is when you come to the practical aspect. That is what you are supposed to remember and apply. We are going to learn about opening statement, all of these things you will learn them. So tomorrow, ensure you come out early so that we can commence the session early and follow our timetable. And then prepare yourself for the practical. Those that are supposed to be here, I know that a lot of other people are supposed to be here. Given some of the charges of the customary protocol that people are supposed to be here. But I learned that they wanted to. The Grand Cadi went to the government house for a interview. So we are hoping that we will have more class tomorrow so that we can have a lot of breakout session. If you have your friends that are missing this session, please encourage them to attend this training. And we have sent your timetable if it's not there already. You will see that package is selected specifically. You hardly see trainings where they tell you how to start up your practice, where they tell you how to charge. These are extra lessons, emotional intelligence. These are classes you have to take after your first training. But all these things are going to make you a better mediator. And since you are going to be called and certified as a mediator,
mediator at the end of the training, you should know what you want to know. So that you cannot go on. We don't want settlement house name to be embarrassed. Yeah, they say I'm a mediator. Say, where were you trained? Right? So please take note of those who are training you. Tomorrow you can make reference to them. You say, oh, one of my trainer is Katni Leonie from United States of America. One of the my trainer is so person, the director of Kaduna House. It will go a long way. Are we together? Are we together? So with this, I don't know if you have any questions or comments. If not, questions or comments? Questions, comments? Yes. Thank you for this.
For instance, when it comes to appointment by from bad, somebody might be thinking, if I delve all my energy into ADR, where am I going to get cases when I'm doing follow-up? And for those on the bench, they are required to bring qualitative judgments. And if all they have is consent judgments, that is not going to look like standard. So that is an issue that the appointers have to also consider. Instead of looking for quality of judgment, you can get a number of consents. They need to vary the rules. I think that will encourage the judges and instead of judges, and also encourage the lawyers to be active in pursuing the principles of India. Because honestly, it's a noble principle. It is a good thing that this will be resolved within days instead of taking years. So I hope that this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is actually one of our concerns. I've written an article recently where I pointed to that fact. As a lawyer, you want to become a learned self. They say you should bring contested cases. So even matters that you should ordinarily settle, you will want to sponsor, even if the party is not interested, you will sponsor it so that you can go to the. That is not appropriate. So we are trusting God that the Legal Practitioners Privilege Committee will review that and say, show us the number of cases you have actually dedicated your time to resolve. In fact, it's part of the rules of professional conduct. So it should be. The more we have lawyers, we are looking for lawyers to train. Right? So the more we have lawyers who are trained, the more when they sit there, these things will be reviewed. Thank you very much, Your Honor, for that wonderful contribution. Lastly, any other? Yes. Thank you.
My own is not a contribution, but other is a question. Our memories are not the same. Some of us have very lazy memory, muscle memory. Some have very slow memory. So that one is the many copies of the implementation, either at chats, audio, video, or also keep the knowledge and use it properly in the time.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I think with this is actually, if you go to our YouTube channel, you will find this. Be able to refresh your memory. The documents will be sent, right, to the channel. If you have not registered, please get yourself into the training group. Some of these materials have even been sent, and then we are going to send further information like your simulation of practicals for tomorrow will be in the group, right? So we're going to send this information for you, and then the recording of these sessions will all be available. You can. You were supposed to, okay, for the customary court judges that came, possibly they've not sent, but you have written your name. Please, before you go, drop your name with and your WhatsApp number. Just drop it with her, or we are going to add you to the WhatsApp training group. So all relevant information will be sent. So when you come early tomorrow, we are going to do a practical. Come with your notes. We are going to do a check-in activity that will require you doing something, activating your brain, make yourself ready for the session. So, yes, sir. Okay. Yes, yes. So we'll try, if we come early, we'll close by. Okay, so when we come tomorrow, let's know when you want to pray. The time you want to pray, then we'll see how we can make the arrangement. Maybe we can join it with time for eating and the break so that you can go and do that. We're supposed to start earlier and then do one or two things. So I believe that will be sorted out. Is that okay? So thank you very much. In conclusion, I want to thank my Lord Justices, what the customary Court of Appeal and Sharia Court of Appeal, Justices of the Court of Appeal, of the customary courts, Sharia courts, magistrates, lawyers, private legal practitioners, and non-lawyers who have created time to be part of this training. I encourage you to be dedicated, to be here early, and ensure that you take part in all the activities that are packaged to be able to give you what you need to become a certified mediator and an media practitioner. If you have further questions, you can drop it in the chat groups. For those who are traveling far, and we wish you a safe trip and safe journey to where you are going to. And we are hopeful that tomorrow we are going to have more, because some will be joining us from tomorrow. And we trust that we are going to have a wonderful session. So thank you very much, all observation noted, and we want to appreciate you once again. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, okay, we need to take. Ensure you drop your tag. Tomorrow when you come, you pick it. Yes, thank you very much for coming, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. If you are not on the WhatsApp group, please just indicate so that we can add you. Thank you.